1 second, guys. I got a little setup to do. Give me 1 moment. Maybe like 2 minutes. Shout out to everyone in the chat already. Shout out to the Replay Creek people. You know, we're live. There's a live aspect to this, so just give me a few minutes to get this together. Live. 2 minutes. What's up, Jeffro? How's it going? Guppy breeders. That's crazy. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Plug this in. Yeah. Then we're looking all right. I didn't clean up. I didn't clean up from when I was doing my shipping stuff earlier, so like I just got to get a bunch of stuff out the way. But now that I've done that, we're close. So maybe you know to get started here. Test. How's it sound? Yep. All right. Let's get into it then. Let me get myself on the screen. Mick is finding some snacks. Oh my god. Don't make me hungry, bro. I just started the stream. You want me locked in, not snacky. Holy. What's up, people? Come on. Sometimes I forget who I am. You know? And then all the people in the Discord, namely, for the most part, Mick, although George Cyclidia did step in on the dog pile this time around, but all the people in there, they get together to remind me that I am the hardest working fish streamer. And I can't just sit here on a night where I'm awake, blood in my veins, oxygen in my lungs, and not fire up a stream if I'm so able. You know? Smart person was there too? Okay. Let's distribute the blame accordingly. Yes, indeed. Alright. Now, let's get into this. Yes, Mick is the primary harasser-in-chief in our community. The main person if I haven't streamed in too long. He gives me one warning. Mick will give me one warning before he publicly harasses me. He'll start leaving comments on streams that he attended live. He'll go back like 1 or 2 streams and leave a comment like, yeah, this was a great stream. That's Mick's way of saying, hey, remember when you used to stream and we had a good time? I think it's about the time where you do that again. If I don't, show any signs of streaming after that, he takes it up another level. He goes to the Discord and the live stream discussion, and with no shame, straight up says, "Yo, when we get another stream, motherfucker." Okay, and sometimes JP Jeffries, sometimes JP will be in there like the evil villain sidekick, like, yeah, when we're gonna get another stream, And if you're not in the Discord, this is the kind of influence you're missing out on wielding. Now, I do have to ask you guys to help me with something. I've had a bad habit that started, I think, from streaming. It's a filler word that I have, or sentence. I say, you know. You gotta, if I'm saying you know too much, you just gotta call me out in the chat. Because, like, it's gotten to the point where people in my real life are like, you don't have to say you know after everything. That's my self-improvement. Trying not to say and all that stuff. That's like typical, you know. I know I probably shouldn't be doing that, but this is new to me, where apparently I'll say a sentence and then afterwards I'll just say you know unnecessarily. So shout out to Mick, shout out to you guys, JP, shout out Jeffro. By the way, I think I saw you message me on Instagram and stuff. I gotta respond to that. My apologies. I just got logged back into my Instagram, really. What's up, Jesse lurking. All right, okay. People coming in here. Now, I did whip up a stream. You know, I always keep a couple stream topics in the tuck. Dwarf Cyclidia did have some good suggestions recently, and I'm working on those, but I want to bring some guests for some of them. So there's someone I'm asking to come do a native fish stream with me and stuff like that. But I kind of went a little bit left of field for today, where we're doing some miscellaneous kind of newsy items, some articles, some papers. We got it all. You know what I mean? And the title for today's stream, yes, we got Lifelike Robotic Arowanas, Invasive Goldfish in a 2,200-gallon Traveling Aquarium. Listen, maybe in 1 to 2 weeks, you'll see a fish tuber talk about one of these things. You don't know. You never know. But we got it here live today. I put in the work of Googling for 2 seconds to find some interesting things to bring to you guys. So, how many people in the chat want an arowana? That's what I'm curious about in the first place. You want an arowana or not? Because the first story we'll talk about today is the robotic arowanas. And I think it's interesting when talking about the robotic fish, because do any of you feel like if you could have a fish that looked and acted the same, but it was robotic, what would be the difference between that fish and the living fish you have? I mean, if it's ornamental, you know what I mean? Maybe it's the best of both worlds. You have a robot fish. There's no fish crime. There's no maintenance. There's no, oh, it's in too small of an aquarium. Like, maybe a fish like an arowana, the best thing possible is for it to be robotic. Like, that's the one concept. Like, if it looks like an arowana, if it swims like an arowana, do I need the real arowana? Is this indeed more ethical than a real arowana? You know, now they pitch it as maintenance free, and I have a video of it swimming. We'll get to that, and you guys can be the judge on if it's a 1-to-1 likeness on a real arowana. Here's some photos of it. The soft-bodied bionic arowanas. This is from New Atlas. That's what the article is from. The company is Full Depth, which we'll get into that company and see what we can figure out about what's going on there. Mexicali, I'm going to pin the link to the article. Mexicali says, that's your thought. Them old school computer screensavers had it right. I mean, maybe. What's up, Beto? How's it going? So, here we are. We have some robotic arowanas. They're soft-bodied, which I guess maybe is important. I don't know. There's something kind of weird. Soft-bodied arowanas, robotic. Would I be able to tell if it was hard-bodied? I guess, you know, it makes it seem more lifelike. And it says they sell for about $5,000. Mick said, I wanted an arowana 30 years ago when I was working in LFS. We got 2 golden juvenile ones, $200 each. Was young and needed the cash for partying, so no arowana for me. So Mick has never had an arowana because He's a complete degenerate and wanted to party too much instead of buy fish. What's wrong with him? What is wrong with him? Okay. So, this is reported on by New Atlas. And we see the soft-bodied arowanas here. It says they sell for about $5,000. Okay. And their pitch here is an aquarium can really add a touch of class to home or business, particularly if it got some fancy fish in it. But such fish can be hard to keep. So why not just buy a weirdly lifelike robofish like this one that needs nothing more than oh, I did not read this far ahead. A daily battery charge? All right. All right, I'm out. Nick said, no, I kept arowanas on behalf of the customer. Better said, not for $5K. Now, this is crazy. Known officially as the Intelligent Soft-Bodied Bionic Arowana, the device is made by Chinese company Full Depth, a firm that specializes more in things like underwater remotely operated vehicles. And yes, it is indeed a robotic version of an arowana. Beto says, not for $5K. Yo, wait a second. Wait until you've seen it swim. JP says it can dock and charge itself. Well, that's convenient, if true. Found mainly in the Amazon. Okay, the actual fish, not the bionic version. Found mainly in the Amazon, these freshwater fish are prized amongst experienced aquarists, but they're quite challenging to keep in captivity. Among other things, they require live food, very clean water, kept at precise parameters, and a large tank due to the fact that the fish themselves can grow to be up to 4 feet long. Now, I gotta be honest, are all these things true? I actually don't know how tolerant arowanas are to dirty water. I actually do not know that. But do arowanas only eat live food? Are they hard to feed? That's actually something I don't know. Jesse, I saw you in here. Maybe you have the answer to that. I could see them maybe needing cleaner water. I'm not too sure. Mick said, I'm already starting to need one. Oh, you already need an arowana? That's a robot. Beto said, are they jumpers? Introduced in China this March, the Bionic Arowana is 69 centimeters long by 20 centimeters tall. So 2.26 feet by 7.87 inches. It weighs 8.4 pounds, and it can swim in a very arowana-like fashion at a top speed of 1.1 miles per hour. One charge of its lithium battery is claimed to be good for up to 12 hours of swim time. According to Full Depth, the robot integrates fish neuro-drive models with AI algorithms equipped with high-precision attitude control to realistically simulate an arowana swimming behavior. As you can see in the following video, the result is pretty convincing. Now, we just gotta fucking break down the sentence. Integrates the fish neuro-drive models with AI algorithms equipped with high-precision attitude control to realistically simulate arowana swimming behavior. I'm going to give you the layman's term for what that all means. Is basically bunk. What the hell are you what are we talking about here? Now, let me play the video because you'll see why I'm hating so much. But just remember, this is supposed to be a fish neuro-driven model with AI algorithms, and the result is supposed to be convincing. Okay, let's watch them swim. Arowana experts, come on. Is this a 1-for-1? Look how realistic it is. They can't even let a 10 seconds go without cutting the video. Look how it intelligently runs into a wall. Wow, look at that. Yeah, this is worth $5,000. Yo, come on, what the hell are we what are we being for real right now? This looks like a goddamn bathtub toy. Look at this movement. Look at this. It looks like it's dying. If you saw your arowana swimming like this, you might be ordering like, I mean, it's a big fish. You might be ordering a bulk size amount of clove oil. Like, you walk into the fish room and you see this, you might be thinking, I gotta put this fish down. It's time. It might be time to kill this fish. You know, of course, ethically. What's the word? It's not sympathetic killing. Oh, mercy. You know what I mean? So yeah, a cool $5,000. You could get an arowana that can last for 12 hours. Pause, and swims like it's on its last leg. Like, you are gonna have to be on the watch for a decomposing body in your aquarium. Yeah, I can't believe that they actually. I can't believe they actually went out with this one. Well, let me read the rest of the article because maybe we'll be convinced. Honestly, I'd do okay with a proper group of koi's. That thing. JP says it's still doing its AI training. Yeah. Okay, buddy. Okay. I don't think that we're gonna need to see the result of this. So the bionic arowana swims around its enclosure autonomously by default. Give me 1 second. I just need to add audio filter because I just realized I don't have a limiter set up on this. I was peaking like crazy. So I'm going to put the threshold at -5 dB. All right. We're back in this. So anyways, the bionic arowana swims around its enclosure autonomously by default, and it can be steered by wireless remote control. I'm not interested in that. I want it to control itself. What's all the AI neural models for? Although the latter will only work at a shallow depth. Speaking of which, the robot has an operational maximum depth rating of 20 meters, which is 66 feet. Misc says, for me, it's about the large scales, not the nostril or predatory things, all right? A representative from the company tells us they haven't officially sold any bionic arowanas outside of China yet, and that the final retail price has yet to be finalized, although it's planned to be around $5,000 US per unit. Keep in mind, certain types of real arowanas can cost in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Okay, so that's their pitch here. Don't worry about the fact that it's $5,000. In theory, arowanas can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Sure, buddy. Well, I'm sure those arowanas can actually, I don't know, fucking swim. What is this? I just want us to look at this and remember it's supposed to be 5,000. Jesse came in here earlier with the thumbs down. Yeah, it's not looking so good. So that got me curious about the company Full Depth, right? So I guess they specialize in like underwater vehicles, which, you know, you would think they might be able to do better than this. 1 second. Full Depth. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, so featured products. So you can see on the Full Depth throv.com. They have some remotely operated vehicles that they got in here. I mean, these look like real things. But then mixed in with these, you have our arowana that we've, you know, come into contact with. And you can inquire about it if you're, you know, if you're thinking that it might be worth purchasing. I don't know what that means for the rest of their lineup of Smart 8T Max remotely operated vehicles, but I'm not impressed by the arawana's performance. JP said good for spy cams. All right, buddy. It only operates 66 feet. How far away could you control it from? Mick said was thinking, is that what you feed them? The toilet spray? What? The ROV or RoboFish? I can't decide. At least the ROV looks like it, you know, it might actually do something useful. The intelligent, soft-bodied bionic arowana. I mean, just based off the performance in the video we already seen, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that this is something that we should purchase. Also, the amount of time. Like, look at this. In this one, they only show us clips of like 5 seconds at a time. But in multiple of them, it looks like the thing barely is moving forward in the water. Where is the artificial intelligence? I'm not seeing any intelligence. This thing looks like it is slowly trying to kill itself. Like, these movements are, it's simply trying to exhaust the battery, so whatever intelligence is artificially there can be depleted, so it can no longer suffer in the form that it is, in this limp noodle of a $5,000 Arowana robot. Now, lots of people say, I know what I got. I know my value. But we really may have reached the limit here of where people are willing to charge anything for a failed product. My God, bro. Now, JP was saying it can dock and charge itself. I don't see it saying that in this article. So I don't know where you're getting that from. I don't know that it can do that. It says it only lasts 12 hours. If you have to actually charge it, that's going to be a real problem. You got to take it out the water and charge it. Like, I'm not seeing anything about this thing charging itself. And also, we see nothing about the wireless remote control. Okay? So, if any of you have $5,000 to burn, it comes in gold or red, although custom colors can be requested, as can custom fish species. So they might be willing to hook up another fish to swim this poorly. Hold up. The upside to this is that it's a loophole to the Asian arowana. Does that make up for the downside? Mikim says, does it say if they're okay to keep with RoboCop autos? That's hilarious. They must be. They must be okay to keep with them. It would be kind of hard to see, you know, they're both robos. They must be familiar with each other. It's probably fine. Okay, so Robotic Arowana, what do you guys think? I mean, there's not too much else to say. I feel like the pitch is there. The price point is there. Now it's up for you to decide. Are we pulling the trigger on this? Are we inquiring? Are we making the jump, the leap, the dive? That's what I want to know. Mick seemed interested at the beginning, so, you know. Okay, I'm not feeling too optimistic. Nope. No. I thought everyone would be like clamoring for this. Dorsiclidia said if I had a pool, Mick said perhaps an electric eel could charge it, like with modern phones. I'll order some right now. Mick, you're in a special mood tonight. Maybe some electric eels could charge your robotic arowana. All right. Well, I don't think electric eels can do anything for this arowana, I'll be honest. I'm going to need a little bit more coffee to get me through the stream. So if you guys want to drink something along with me, I'm going to clink the screen. All right. And a little countdown to 3. 3, 2, 1. Clink. All right. Man, coffee's terrible. All right, so that's the robot arowana. I thought that was a fun little thing. Mick said to keep in my sticker tank. Oh my God, not this tank with the stickers on it. Okay. That's the robot arowana. Now let's get to the goldfish of it all. Now, you know I don't love goldfish. And you know, it seems like every few months there's a story about invasive goldfish and how they're demolishing the world and stuff like that. And I enjoy the anti-goldfish propaganda, so I'm always going to cover it. But we actually have Not just an article, but a research paper to accompany it. Makes it cheers, a late mojito on the rocks over here. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Cheers. So we actually have an article, but we have a study attached to it about how goldfish affect freshwater environments. And this was published yesterday. Come on. Coming to you with the breaking news. Let me collect my link here real quick. Let me collect my link here to the study. This was from a university, which is always nice when the universities give us some information. Published in the Journal of Animal Ecology. Invasive goldfish trigger a regime shift in experimental lake ecosystems of varying trophic states. Mick said once a week on the late mojito on the rocks. Okay. Good once a week habit. Relaxing, sounds like. Before I get into the study, let me read the little article on it. Okay. From pet to pest. This is from pet to pest. Invasive goldfish are reshaping freshwater ecosystems, researchers warn. So see, I dislike goldfish, but they also are killing the planet. So who's right? What's up, Big Steve? Big Steve in the chat. So what's up, everyone? A new study finds goldfish released in the wild can trigger rapid ecological collapse in lakes, threatening native species throughout the food web. Goldfish are a familiar fixture in homes, classrooms, and backyard ponds around the world. But when they're released into lakes and ponds, they can quickly turn healthy freshwater ecosystems into environments that struggle to support native life, new research shows. Steve says, I'll be in and out for a bit. All right, Steve, no worries. The study, led by researchers at the University of Missouri and University of Toledo, provides some of the strongest experimental evidence to date that invasive goldfish can fundamentally alter lake ecosystems. The findings underscore a growing concern among ecologists. Goldfish may be popular pets, but in the wild, they can become powerful ecological disruptors. If goldfish are released into the wild, they rapidly grow into large fish that stir up lake sediments, consume large numbers of prey, and compete with native fish, said Rick Riley, professor in the College of Agriculture and Food and Natural Resources. To understand how these changes unfold across entire ecosystems, the research team conducted large, controlled outdoor experiments using small artificial lakes designed to simulate real-world conditions. They introduced goldfish into experimental lake systems representing two common environmental conditions, nutrient-poor and nutrient-rich waters, and monitored the ecological consequences over time. The results were stark. Water quality declined rapidly as goldfish churned up bottom sediments, clouding the water and increasing suspended particles, signaling a fundamental shift in the state of the ecosystem. Native species suffered as well. Populations of snails, amphipods, zooplankton, and small invertebrates that form the foundation of healthy aquatic ecosystems fell sharply as goldfish consumed prey and destroyed habitat. Competing directly with goldfish for food and other resources, native fish also showed reduced body conditions, an early warning sign of population decline. What's up, Yuyo? IAI in the chat said Robotic Arowana. Legend, what's up? What's up, Yuyo? We talked about the arowana a little bit already, but let me just real quickly. I'm gonna play the video for Yuyo. I just want to see if you're buying this. Are you buying this arowana for $5,000? You just tell me, okay? It's playing on the screen right now. We got the $5,000 robot arowana, artificial intelligence neural model, driven for maximum arowana-like behavior. What do you think? Yeah, this is the one, right? Mick said turning bottom sediments, so it's a swamp fish. I would say goldfish gotta be the #1 swamp tank fish of all time. You know what I mean? Besides this robot arowana. All right, back to the goldfish. Yuyo said, "Hell no, you're not spending $5,000 on this." Dwarf Cyclidiot said, wait, 5,000? Yes. The article said the retail price is not yet finalized, but it's planned to be around $5,000 USD. I definitely feel like I played with a bathtub toy that swam very similarly to this at some point in the last day. Okay. Wheel Kid said, my kid has a mechanical goldfish like this for the bathtub. It was only $5. Yeah, but is it remote controlled by a control they haven't showed us? And can it last for 12 hours before needing to be recharged? I don't know. Look, the company does make remotely operated vehicles, so maybe they're on to something. Vic said $5,000 is nuts, but you don't think about it long term. You don't have to feed it anything, so you save on food. No filter, you know what I mean? No water changes. Ammonia doesn't bother it. Okay, back to the goldfish though. Let's get into this study about the golds. You said, I thought not. That's why you should spend $5,000. Come on, spend $5,000. What's the problem? So getting into the study about the goldfish, the introduction starts. Biological invasions reduce biodiversity, which in many cases may not be reversible. One mechanism by which non-native species have spread to ecosystems around the world is the multi-billion-dollar pet trade. The release of pets and ornamentals. Wait, that's crazy. They divide it, pets and ornamentals, not ornamental pets. Like, you got pets and you just have the fish there. That's kind of crazy how they put it. Like, the release of pets and ornamentals, maybe they're talking about the robot arowana, has triggered losses of biodiversity in terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems worldwide by altering species interactions, ecosystem functions, spreading disease, rewiring food webs. Unfortunately, policies related to the pet trade might only be making the problem worse by increasing unwanted introductions rather than preventing them. This persistent pressure of introduced species has and will continue to cause a major restructuring of the Earth's ecosystem. One of the most widely recognized ornamental species of the pet trade is the goldfish, Carassius auratus. They have been domesticated for over 1,000 years, transported around the world for centuries, and are one of the most important farmed fish globally. They were introduced to European countries as early as the 1600s, and North America in the mid-1800s. Yurio said the mechanical fish you can get for $5 are pretty cool, though. Hilarious. They don't do the same thing, though. They're not arowanas. Show me the 2-foot arowana robot that you can buy for $5. I'll wait. Goldfish were introduced to European countries as early as 1600s and North America in the mid-1800s. In addition to being pets, they're widely used in commercial residential ponds and attempt to control several types of algae. While considered symbols of prosperity, luck, and wealth in some cultures, the intentional release of goldfish has led to undesirable, undetected, and often ignored invasions around the globe. Media attention towards goldfish has increased over the last couple of decades, and citizen science accounts of goldfish presence have increased exponentially over the last decade. However, police often overlook the goldfish as an invasive species. A recent review highlights a surprising lack of information we have on the impacts of goldfish among freshwater systems, which prevents establishing sound policies and management. Thus, it is important to explore the ecological consequences of goldfish invasions among a broad spectrum of environmental conditions. Current evidence shows that, or suggests, that goldfish are high-risk, high-impact invaders in freshwater ecosystems globally. This is due to their generalist diet, feeding rate, and mode of feeding, where they churn up the benthos and resuspend sediments. Goldfish are related to other invasive carps and can reach lengths of 45 centimeters and live 30 years or more in natural ecosystems. They can thrive in a wide range of environmental conditions, from low nutrient clear water to high nutrient, low oxygen, highly turbid waters. You can't kill these motherfuckers. That's what they're saying. Such ponds, in fishless permanent ponds, goldfish restructure food webs. Such ponds move from a macrophyte and clear water dominated state to a phytoplankton dominated community with an overabundance of detritus and nutrients. the food web became simplified with lower taxonomic and functional diversity, which was linked to a shift in primary producer dominance. Goldfish also trigger trophic cascades by reducing zooplankton abundance and reducing and increasing phytoplankton abundance while negatively affecting benthic macrovertebrates. No, the aquatic isopods. No, the aquatic isopods. Yuyo said goldfish are awesome. That's not what I'm reading right now, my friend. That's not what I'm reading right now. I'm reading they're a menace to society. Much of the knowledge on the ecological impacts of goldfish come from fishless ponds or field studies where effects of goldfish can be confounded with other stressors. However, goldfish are found in a diversity of lakes containing fish, including some of the world's largest lakes. It's important to assess the impacts of goldfish in these ecosystems with diverse ecological communities and food webs which could respond much differently than fishless pond communities. We use the experimental ecosystem approach to understand the effects of invasive goldfish across trophic systems. I'm going to look up the word trophic once more because it seems like it's going to come up a lot. So trophic. Wikipedia says trophic from ancient Greek, pertaining to food or nourishment. Big Steve says, filming some shorts for Skipper's auction Saturday night. Oh, that sounds fun. Big Steve got the best fish. You better bid on them in that auction, boy. Our experimental ecosystem contained a food web with representatives from major trophic levels common to the lakes. I just looked up the word. I'm looking it up again. Okay, trophic refers to nourishment, food, or feeding relationships within the ecosystem. God, they just spam this word like crazy. Yuyo said, goldfish might be worse than scuds. True. Yuya said, I saw some orange scuds in the wild. I believe they're scuds. I've definitely seen some crazy colored scuds in the wild. Some like orange, some like bright green scuds I've seen. Probably just ate some algae. We manipulated native fish and invasive goldfish by combining an additive and substitutive experimental design to enhance our ability to draw inference about the impacts of invasive species in oligotrophic and eutrophic conditions. All right. Oligotrophic. Oligotroph is an organism that can live in an environment that has low levels of nutrients. I'm gonna assume eutrophic is the opposite. Okay. So they tested them in low nutrient and high nutrient environments. Our goal is to test the hypothesis that goldfish would trigger a regime shift. Yo, goldfish triggered a regime shift? We gotta send the goldfish to Iran. Holy! From a clear, turbid state that was different than a native fish species that is found throughout North America. We broadly define the ecological regime shift as an abrupt change leading to rapid reconfiguration of our experimental ecosystem triggered by goldfish when compared to a native community. We examined abiotic and biotic responses to test whether goldfish, 1, reduce water clarity, 2, increase phytoplankton but reduce filamentous macroalgae and pyrrhophyton, 3, reduce the density of major zooplankton taxa and benthic macroinvertebrates, that could include scuds, and 4, reduce the condition of the native fish species. We further hypothesized that a eutrophic system would magnify the effect of these responses, that is, greater reductions or increases relative to native fish treatments. So, in a eutrophic system, something that's got a lot of nutrients, they're guessing the effects will be even more noticeable. I guess that makes sense. Yuya said, it's amazing how resilient they are even though they damage the environment. And Cam Jones said, what a title. Hardest working. So, the methods. When testing the effects of invasive species, additive designs often limit inferences about whether a greater density of individuals affected ecosystem responses, but are useful for studying pre- and post-evasion responses. They combine some designs to enhance their ability to answer whether the changes in our experimental ecosystem were due to a total high density of fish or due to a change in species composition of fish by adding the invasive species. Thus, we crossed 4 fish treatments and 2 nutrient conditions to understand how goldfish affected freshwater food webs. And we have our first little figure 1. So, here's a species treatment. Native low density, 3 golden shiners. Native high density, 6 golden shiners. And the question here is, are the ecosystem responses due to an increase in total number of fish or due to a change in fish composition? So is it just because there's a bunch of fish, or is it the composition of fish? So here we have 3 goldfish and 3 gold shiners and 6 goldfish. So 3 golden shiners, 6 golden shiners, 3 golden shiners, 3 goldfish, and 6 goldfish is the treatment. Now let's look up golden shiners. I'm hoping those are like a bigger, maybe they get a little bit bigger. Yep, they get up to 14 inches. Okay, so this is like a native goldfish comparison.
I love how much
the first test that this might be a goldfish comparison is this video title is this fish edible? Carps can tolerate low levels of oxygen. It's an evolutionary trait, Mick says. Stinky Pinky says, please just get an ad blocker, bro. Yeah, that probably would be a good idea. I'm just trying to see this damn fish. Ah, yes. The best way to see a fish. Cut up. Great for live bait. 2 methods to load up on gold shiners. All right, no one wants to eat this fish, but they're using it for bait, perhaps. So this does seem like a good goldfish comparison. All right. Let me get back to what I was talking about. We used the golden shiner, no Megonus chrysalucus, as our native fish species in the experiment because this species often overlaps with distribution of introduced goldfish populations. Okay. And Mick laughing at Stinky roasting me for not having a ad blocker. There's also intense habitat and diet overlap between the golden shiner goldfish. Both are opportunistic omnivores, consuming freshwater plants, macroalgae, phytoplankton, zooplankton, and macroinvertebrates. The 4 fish treatments were a low density and high density of shiners, 3 or 6 individuals, a species mixture, which we discussed before, 3 shiners plus 3 goldfish, and a high density of 6 goldfish. We crossed these 4 treatments with 2 nutrient treatments representative of agleutrophic lakes and eutrophic lakes, so low and high nutrient lakes, because this invasive species can have very different effects among freshwater ecosystems of varying trophic states, availability of food. All right, they replicated the 8 treatments 4 times and assigned randomly to 32 experimental mesocosms that had a volume of 1,210 liters. They filled each mesocosm with water hauled from Lake George in the Adirondack region of New York, United States. Oh my God, let me look this up. They brought in actual lake water for this. Oh, that's a pretty lake. Look at that. Lake George. Heck yeah. I'd like to swim in George. Boz. Oh, it's got a whole tourist thing. Look at this. It's got fancy video. Come to Lake George. Wow. Lake George. So they hauled water from a lake for this. Okay. A detailed multi-decade study on the water chemistry and quality of Lake George can be found in the reference a study from 2020. This water serves as our ambient water treatment with no nutrient addition. Cam Jam said, looks like a fancy lake. Yu-Yo says, looks like a nice fishing spot. Yeah. It looks like, honestly, the pictures work. Maybe we should all meet up. Lake George. We augmented the water from the low nutrient lake with 1.15 milligrams of NL-1 as ammonium nitrate and 0.05 milligrams PL-1 as sodium phosphate, diabasic, anhydrous. Yeah, no idea what that means. We added nutrients as a ratio of 23:1 total nitrogen, TN, total phosphorus, TP. Okay. Total nitrogen. So 23:1 total nitrogen is the 23, and then the 1 is the total phosphorus. I'm reading this correctly. As this ratio is near the threshold of a typical eutrophic lake. Big Steve said, Nick, I found a bunch of baby L183s. They're still absorbing their yolk, but there's a huge pile of them. Super stoked about these guys. Oh, nice. Big Steve once again successful with breeding some fish. These are the L183s, the Starlight Pleco. Very nice. Camgen said Big Steve breeding every fish known to man. I told you, Big Steve Glassboxes is the hottest up-and-coming hobbyist breeder in the world and the best breeder of Danochromis transvestitis in the universe. So, look, peep game. Skipper's auction this Saturday. Okay, this ratio is near the threshold of a typical high-nutrient lake, but higher than a hyper-eutrophic or dystrophic lake. We added nutrients weekly to maintain the eutrophic conditions, so the high nutrient conditions. Throughout the experiment, as dissolved nutrients can be taken up rapidly, we did not measure the total nitrogen and total phosphorus during our experiment because the absolute concentrations likely change each day until the next nutrient influx. Mick said, Steve breeding is second to none, and Yu-Gi-Oh says, nice, Steve. That's right. Okay, they added some sand, and they added 100 grams of oak leaf litter to each mesocosm to serve as a substrate and a basal nutrient source for the experimental community. Steve said, bro, I've still yet to breed a Cory, yet to breed a Tetra, yet to breed Beta Alba Marginata, not every fish. Hey, you're working on it. I thought you had orange lasers. Am I not remembering? We created an experimental community in each mesocosm consisting of organisms collected from local lakes. All right. If there's no aquatic isopods, I'm about to... I don't even know what I'm going to say. Something you're going to have to cancel me on FishTube. All right. It included phytoplankton, periphyton, filamentous macroalgae, zooplankton, snails, amphipods, clams, and fish. Hopefully they're just including them under amphipods somehow, right? I don't think they are amphipods, though. Aquatic isopods, are they amphipods? No, they're not. I forget what they're, arthropods, or what are they? Scuds are amphipods. Yeah, they're the isopods are arthropoda. I knew it. I remembered something. All right. We collected vertical plankton towels mesh at 64 micrometers from Lake George and concentrated the contents into a 19-liter bucket. We mixed the 19-liter of concentrated plankton well and added 0.5 liters to each mesocosm to jumpstart the limnetic communities, Limnetic, and that word means relating to or inhabiting an open body of fresh water. Wow. Cam just said, got to go to bed. Everyone, I'll watch the replay. Appreciate you, Cam Jam. Shout out to the replay crew. We got a strong replay crew. I know you're out there. There's people, they don't comment, they don't chat, but they do watch after the fact. We appreciate you. You're part of the family, too. Mick says, rumor says when Steve touches the tank, fish start to spawn. Holy. We got the fish aphrodisiac in human form, Big Steve. It's crazy. We mixed a concentrated plankton community before adding each mesocosm. We then added 10 Facilla acuta. Okay. 10. Okay, snails. So bladder snails, basically. They had 10 bladder snails and 20 Hyalella amphipods. Oh my god, they're adding some goddamn scuds. Collected from the Crystal Lake, and they give the longitude and latitude of where they collected these. Then they also had 20 Gammarus amphipods collected from Crooked Lake, and they have the longitude and latitude. So they put 2 different kinds of scuds in here. Now this is crazy. Yu-Gi-Oh said they have a fancy word for everything. That's what I'm saying, bro. I gotta look up every damn word. I don't know what this means. Why couldn't you just say high nutrient lake? Like mesocosm. I should look this up. Yeah, mesocosm is any outdoor or indoor experimental system that examines the natural environment under controlled conditions. Why didn't you just say so? You know what I mean? So they added 2 different species of scuds collected from 2 different places. Then they added 10 filter feeding Spherium pea clams from private wetland. Let's see. All right. So tiny little clams. You know what? They say you can't have clams and stuff in aquariums, but like, you know, because they die. You know, a clam this small, I bet you could get this off in an aquarium. Look how tiny it is. A pea clam. Now is this going to be another super invasive? It's going to, all the larvae go into your tap water and demolish the world? I don't know, but I ain't even seen this. European finger clam. What's up, G Savage Cichlids? How's it going? We're reading a study about goldfish and their effect on freshwater environments. All right, so they got the pea clams from upstate New York to jumpstart the benthic macroinvertebrate community. The same number of snails, arthropods, and clams were added to each mesocosm from each source to ensure the same starting community. We allowed the ecological community to develop for 35 days. Damn, okay. So they did get a... They set up all these different experiments and did let them run for 35 days. Yo-Yo says, is that a newt? Yes. I've turned the 20 long into a newt tank. I gotta finish catching a couple of panda cories, but it's gonna be just newts and guppies. Just newts and guppies in that tank. Yeah, they're having a good time. All right. Any pencilfish gurus? All right, any pencilfish gurus in the chat? Let yourself be known. G Savage Cichlids is asking. Okay, so after 35 days of having all these scuds and snails and clams and all the setups, they added the golden shiners and goldfish purchased from Carolina Biological. Mick said newts and Robo Arowanas the next trend. What a crazy tank that would be. Robotic Arowanas and a bunch of newts. The experiment began on July 27, 2017 and ended on 28th of September 2017, so 61 days. We covered the mesocosms with a 60% shade cloth, which allowed enough light to pass through for primary production, but prevented terrestrial insects from colonizing the tanks through oviposition. Interesting. So here we have the setup. We have the native community, we have the nutrients and sunlight, feeding the macroalgae, the purified and the phytoplankton. We have the grazers, which are the snails and the scuds. Then we have the filter feeders, which is the zooplankton and the clams. And then we have the fish at the top of the food chain. Okay. The measured response variables, they listed suspended solids, water clarity and dissolved oxygen, conductivity, pH, and water temp. Phytoplankton abundance, filamentous algae, biomass, periphyton biomass, zooplankton density, macroinvertebrate density, and native fish condition. And here we have the mesocosm setup, which is basically a round black tub. The newts clinging on to the robotic arowanas. Mick has a good imagination. I like that about Mick. He has a good time imagining things, you know? All right. Sorry, I'm messing with the camera. Let me get back into things. 15 gallon? No, this was like 1,000 something liters. Let me see. How many liters was this again? Yeah, 1,210 liters. 1,210 liters. All right. So, here they talk about all their different things they use to measure stuff, all the equipment. Primary producers. We quantified the abundance of phytoplankton, filamentous macroalgae, and periphyton. We used the concentration of chlorophyll to estimate phytoplankton abundance. We filtered 1 liter of tank water through 1.2 micrometer Wattman glass microfiber filters. Yeah, let's see what these filters look like. $145 filters. Wattman glass microfiber filters. They don't look like much. Okay, let's see. 1,210 liters to gallons. Yep, 319 gallons. You're close, Mick. Mick guessed 350 gallons. That's pretty close. The filters were kept frozen until we performed a fluorometry with acid correction to determine the chlorophyll, a concentration of samples. We collected periphyton and phytoplankton samples on the 20th of September. I gotta look up FLUORMETRY, fluorometry. A device used to measure parameters of visible spectrum. Okay, so they're measuring the spectrum with acid correction to determine how much chlorophyll is concentrated. Wow. All right. For filamentous algae biomass, we mechanically removed all visible filamentous algae by hand from each tank on the 22nd of September. I need them to come to my place. We then squeezed excess water out of the bundle of filamentous algae, dried it for 10 days at 60 degrees Celsius, and weighed the dry mass for each tank. How come I talk about removing filamentous algae and a couple of fish enters the chat? How's that work? For purified and biomass, we placed 7.6 by 15.2 centimeter ceramic tiles in each tank to serve as a standardized substrate. One tile was removed from each mesocosm, scrubbed, and rinsed with RO water 3 times to generate a slurry. Let me just look up what purified is, because now I'm guessing it's like a hard algae that grows on stuff. I didn't actually know this whole time. I've been reading it over and over again. Purified is a complex mixture of algae, cyanobacteria, heterotrophic microbes, and detritus that's attached to submerged surfaces in the most aquatic systems. Let's go! Let's go. I basically guessed what it was by context clues. And I said, Mick copy and pasted in the chat right after I finished reading it. I beat you, Mick. I beat you. But thank you for that. A couple fish that purified equals biofilm. Wow. That's also a nice way to say it. The slurry was filtered through pre-weighted and pre-dried 60 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. Glass microfiber filters dried at 60 degrees Celsius for 48 hours, then re-weighed to determine the purific biomass. We collected purified samples on the 20th of September. This is a high effort. Zooplankton. We estimated the abundance of cladocerans, copepods, and rotifers to understand the response of limnitic grazer grazer community. And remember, limnitic, I believe, was things that dwell in open freshwater. Yep, open water area freshwater. Okay. We submerged 0.2 liter tube subsampler in all 4 cardinal directions and the center of each mesocosm, filtered each subsample through 64 micrometer Nitec screening, and combined them together in a single 1 liter filtered sample for each mesocosm. A couple fish said, what paper is this? It's pinned in the chat. This is about how goldfish affect freshwater ecosystems. Macroinvertebrates. So remember, 35. They had all the different outdoor ponds set up for 35 days before they put fish in, and at the beginning they put in like 10 pond snails, 20 of 2 different kinds of scuds, and then I think it was like 10 pea clams. And yeah, it's the pinned comment. We netted the goldfish and the golden shiners with macroinvertebrates. We sampled macroinvertebrates on the 22nd of September in 2 ways. First, we scraped 50% of the sidewall of each mesocosm with 250 aquarium nets for snails. Okay. Second, we sampled 50% of the bottom area in all 4 cardinal directions by sweeping from the center of the mesocosm to the side with 500 micrometer D-frame nets to capture snails, clams, and amphipods. All benthic sweeps and sidewall scrapes were combined into a single sample for each mesocosm and preserved in 70% ethanol for later enumeration. Oh, nice. Okay, so they slaughtered whatever they caught. Native fish. We netted the goldfish and golden shiners with large mesh dip nets on the 20th of September. We euthanized all fish. See? Let's go! Let's go! It's not a paper unless they execute the fish, okay? Usually it takes a little bit longer, but usually it takes a little bit longer before we get there. But we've now reached the point of the paper where they euthanize all of the fish. Okay, they use that all the fish in MS-222 under protocol number REL-003-15, approved by Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute's Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee. I'm glad they ethically slaughtered them. The golden shiners were then rinsed, patted with care dry, with paper towels, weighed, measured, and preserved in 70% ethanol. Yuria said, no, we need a John Wick fish. Can you imagine? A fucking fish takes out all the scientists. You killed my dog. Yeah, that'd be a great movie. John Wick fish. You won't be putting me in 70% ethanol. We were unable to recover 3 of the 96 shiners used in the experiment. 1 in the high-density mesocosm and 1 in the combination treatment. Thus, average mass and FL... what's the FL? I missed with the FL. Were based on 5 shiners for the high-density replicates and 2 shiners for the 1 combination replicate. No native fish were included in the high-density goldfish treatment, so this treatment was excluded from our analysis of golden shiner size. All right. Just so you know, after we read about them killing all the fish, ethics approval, Yuyo. Just know, approval to use fish as a part of the study was approved by the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee as part of protocol number REL-003-15. So we're good. Big C said, how do goldfish affect freshwater ecosystem? They fuck it up. Holy. Results. We found statistically supported interactive effect between species treatment and trophic state on our ecosystem response variables. 3.1 abiotic conditions. ABIOTIC. Abiotic. Let me find a definition. In ecology, abiotic components or abiotic factors are non-living chemical and physical parts of the environment that affect living organisms and functioning of the ecosystem. All right. Abiotic conditions. Smart person said like non-living. Biotic is living. I like the more understandable explanations after I've already read it. This is great. See, this is why I live stream and read stuff. It's really for me. You guys help me understand what I'm reading. We found an interactive effect between the species, treatment, and trophic state on our abiotic response variables. We followed up with a 2-way ANOVA to determine the individual response of NVSS's water clarity, dissolved oxygen, conductivity, pH, and temperature to species, treatment, and trophic state. Smart person says probiotic means supporting / promoting life. Okay, I thought probiotic meant that the drink was going to be at least $1.75 more than normal. We found an interactive effect between species treatment and trophic state. This interaction occurred because species treatment had no effect in agleotrophic conditions, with strong effects in eutrophic conditions. So the difference between the different combination of species in the low nutrient environments did not have an effect, but it did have a strong effect in the high nutrient environments. Goldfish increased the non-volatile suspended solids by as much as 81% in eutrophic conditions. We got a little chart here. On one axis, we have non-volatile suspended solids. That's the vertical axis. On the horizontal, we have the native low, native high combination, and invasive. So you can see that the goldfish ones have a lot more effect on the non-volatile suspended solids. Yuya says pooping machines. Wow. Come on. Don't do the machines like that. We saw the Robotic Arowana earlier and there's no poops. $5,000. JP Jeffrey says locked in now. Good. We found a similar interactive effect between species treatment and trophic state on light attenuation. Once again, species treatment had no effect in the low nutrient conditions, with strong effects in the high nutrient conditions. Goldfish increased light attenuation by as much as 65% in the high nutrient conditions. I'm going to look up the word attenuation, which the reduction in strength, amplitude, or intensity of a signal. Okay. So goldfish increased how much light was getting through there by as much as 65%. Makes that I'm amazed whenever we need a smart person, at smartperson1 arrives. True. Big Steve says, how are those newts doing? They're doing well. You should see them every now and then on the screen. Let me see if I can find one. They're pretty active. Yeah, there's one of the newts. They're doing well. I put them and the blue tails together, and they've been doing their thing. Now, I do have a fan on top, which is keeping the tank cool, but it has made the evaporation crazy. So all that's left for this tank is I just need to keep trimming, get it looking nice, get the spawning mops back in the place they're supposed to be, and then catch the last panda cories. But yeah, it's looking good. Okay. You said, how did you get into scuds? I've never seen them scuds. Well, I'm not into scuds, but people around here sell the scuds quite a lot. There's a lot of people that sell scuds. Like on eBay, I don't know where you are, but there's probably scuds on eBay somewhere where you are. All right. Found an interactive effect between species treatment and the trophic state on dissolved oxygen. Species treatment had no effect under low nutrient conditions. Under high nutrient conditions, however, the invasive treatment had 16% and 19% lower dissolved oxygen than the combination and native high-density treatments. Respectively, the dissolved oxygen in the low-density native species treatment was 12% lower than the high-density native species treatment in high nutrient conditions, eutrophic conditions. I thought you were the crazy scud dude. I'm the crazy aquatic isopod dude. I hate scuds. You trolling me? Oh, we got Scud Alliance and Scud Supremacy in the chat. Yo, I'm about to start timing people out. This is crazy. Isopod agenda only. Scuds are of the devil. Okay. I rebuke the scuds in the name of Isopod Jesus. Aquapods LLC. Mick said Nick is allergic to the scuds. Yurio said, oh, Isopod, I thought they were the same. Oh my god. Okay. Here's a scud. Alright. Disgusting. Nasty. Violent. Prone to crime. Yo. I sound so racist right now. Yo, is this what racist sounds like? Prone to crime, brings down property value. Aquatic isopods. Oh, upstanding citizen. Like this one. Alright, let me adjust. Maybe I'm in the wrong. No, I can't be in the wrong here. I can't. Look at the isopods are fantastic. They're great. They look much better. They're much more attractive. They don't ever kill anything. They don't steal your wallet. They won't God damn it. Where's the damn better? Okay, Lurcius. Crime list needed. Yeah. Yeah, look at this. Look at this cute face. Smart person said scuds swim around like bats of hell, though, so it's fun. Aquatic isopods are 99% chill. I mean, some aquatic isopods aren't that chill, but scuds just look like chubby isopods. Bro, they literally look like something that's dead. You know what I mean? Like, they swim sideways. They don't make any sense. The isopods, it looks like something, you know, you could, you know, oh yeah, that's a creature that maybe isn't mischievous. You look at the scuds, they just look like they're up to no good. They look like some kind of like a amphipod goblin. Like, what is this? Are you for real right now? This is like if Santa Claus was infected with the wrong demon. You know? Just put a Santa hat on this. This is Saint Nick crustaceanified. Don't even question it. You heard it here first in my tanks. Amphipod goblin is crazy. Come on, bro. I'm just trying to tell the truth. They found no interaction of main effect of species on water conductivity. But we did find a main effect of food availability, trophic state on conductivity. Conductivity was 9% lower in eutrophic conditions, so higher nutrient conditions, compared to the lower nutrient conditions. We found no interaction or main effect of species on pH. However, we found a main effect on the trophic state of pH, with 4% lower pH under the low nutrient conditions compared to the high nutrient conditions. Now let's look at the primary producers, and Yurio says mischievous scuds. They're very mischievous, man. Listen, they did a study on which ones would be good for removing bad eggs, and the scuds ate the good eggs too. You know what I mean? But the isopods, They had angel halos. They donated to those in need. They even volunteered at their local food bank, and they also didn't eat the fish eggs. So when you kind of compare them side by side like that, there's really no debate. For primary producers, we found an interactive effect between species treatment and trophic state on our abiotic response variables. We followed up with the two-way ANOVA to determine the individual response of phytoplankton, filamentous algae, and periphyton to species treatment and trophic state. We found no treatment interaction on phytoplankton abundance, but there are main effects of species treatment and trophic state. Phytoplankton abundance was 68 to 76% lower in the low-density native treatment compared to the high-density native species. Combination and invasive treatments, phytoplankton was 51% lower in oligotrophic conditions, low nutrient conditions, compared to the high nutrient conditions. They didn't find treatment interactions on filamentous algae mass, but there are main effects of species treatment and trophic state. Filamentous algae was 68 to 90% less abundant in the combination and invasive treatments. Respectively, compared to the low-density native treatment, the mass of filamentous algae was 94% lower in oligotrophic conditions compared to the eutrophic conditions, which that makes sense. We found a treatment interaction on periphyton biomass. Under oligotrophic conditions, periphyton biomass was 60 and 64% lower in the native high-density and combination treatments, respectively, compared to the invasive treatment. The other three species treatments were not different from the low-density native treatment in oligotrophic or eutrophic conditions. With the low-density native species treatment, periphyton biomass was 71% lower in eutrophic conditions than in oligotrophic conditions. With the invasive treatment, periphyton biomass was 57% lower in eutrophic conditions than in oligotrophic conditions. The other three species treatments were not different from low-density native treatments. Now, zooplankton. Let's see what density. We found no treatment interaction on cladoceran density, but there are main effects of species treatment and nutrient conditions. Density was 92% lower in the combination treatment compared to low-density natives. Cladoceran density was also 81% lower in oligotrophic conditions than eutrophic conditions. We found no interaction or a main effect of trophic state on copepod density, but there was a main effect of species treatment. The combination treatment had 89 to 94% fewer copepods compared to other species treatments. Chris Ladd says, what are we reading? I have it pinned in the comments. It's about the effects of goldfish on a freshwater environment. We're getting near the end. Similarly, we found no treatment interaction or main effect of trophic state on copepod napuli density. However, we found a main effect of species treatment. The combination treatment, which is native and the goldfish, had 84% fewer napuli compared to the high-density native treatment. Are you hating my goldfish again? Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, man. Lock them up. That's what I say. 3.4 macroinvertebrates. We found a marginal main effect of species treatments on macroinvertebrate responses. We followed up with a one-way ANOVA to determine the individual responses of two amplified species, snails and pea clams. Now, is anyone familiar with the pea clams? Because I'm kind of like, now I'm getting pea clam curious. Pause. Are these like the invasive zebra mussels? Because whenever I talk about people having freshwater clams in their fish tanks, it's like the larger ones. But these are like super small. So like, could they have a benefit and also not demolish everything? You know what I mean? Poor goldfish user says, Chris Ladd said, I'll convert you to the dark side one day. I mean, if I get a pond or something, perhaps. But I can't get behind those super inbred goldfish thing. That it's just too much. I need a goldfish that's like a Chad goldfish, you know, great genetics, good grades, can run a good 5K. You know what I mean? You said the pea clams look ugly. You love goldfish. What? I mean, they just look like clams. Are there non-ugly clams? Pea clams, like it just looks like tiny clams. Is there a clam that just gets you bricked up? Let me just look up clams. I mean, this look the same to me, just bigger. Marine clams are beautiful. What are you guys talking about? It's a marine clam. Are you talking about? Okay. Is this even a clam? What is? You know what? I'm holding all my comments on this one. I don't think I could even restrain myself. Look up a swan mussel. Okay. Okay, swan mussel. This looks the same, bro. Is this what you're talking about? Because it just got some swoops on it. This thing, it looked like a shell too. It looks like some sediment layers. You know, the side of the Grand Canyon or something. Ew. Okay. I'm just saying the pea clams don't look. It's not like they look massively different than the normal freshwater clams. The marine clams, they do look a little bit different, but I don't know if I have the maturity to comment on how they look. I'm gonna be honest. Okay. We found a main effect of species treatment on Hyalella amphipod density, the scuds. The density was 66 to 72% lower in combination and invasive high treatment species. Oh, goldfish are good for something. Eating scud. They did find a main effect of species treatment on the density of Gammarus, though. So maybe a difference in how easy it is to collect the Hyella versus the Gammarus. Misc said, catch some yellow clams some years ago, freshwater, no problem. But did they make things cleaner? Because I'd be interested in the clams if, they kept the water cleaner, less suspended particles, kind of a thing. I'd be into them. Native fish. We found no treatment interaction on native fish conditions, but there are main effects of species treatment in trophic state. Native fish condition was 12% lower in the combination treatment than in the low and high density native fish treatment. Native fish condition was also 8% lower in the legal trophic conditions than the eutrophic conditions. Big Steve said, yeah, I had golden clams for a long time. Look, golden clams. What did they do for you? Why do you not have them anymore? Also, again, I know the zebra mussels is a totally different thing, but is that a concern with the clams? Is there any kind of invasive larva thing? Or... Mick said, couldn't say all my tanks are in pristine condition. Bro, Mick off the one weekly mojito is just talking so much shit right now in that chat. He's buying the $5,000 robotic arowana, no problem. All of his tanks are clean, and his shit doesn't sting. This is actually crazy. All right. We're getting to the discussion part of this. Discussion. By using additive and substitutive experimental designs, we're able to determine whether the effects of adding goldfish were the result of adding more fish to a community versus adding invasive fish to a community. From our 61-day experiment, goldfish have the potential to trigger a rapid regime shift in lake ecosystems, especially under eutrophic conditions, relative to native fish treatments. This regime shift included increased suspended solids, reduced water clarity, less filamentous algae, oh no, fewer zooplankton, fewer macroinvertebrates, and reduced native fish condition. Some of these responses depended on native fish density. Our results indicate that regardless of whether a lake is oligotrophic or eutrophic, a goldfish invasion could lead to negative changes in water quality in ecological communities and lakes. Big Steve said, I thought they were cool, the golden clams. They kind of fade after a few years, but I would dig them up in my display tank pretty frequently. You would dig them up, so they weren't they were just buried most of the time. The goldfish induced reduction in water clarity under eutrophic conditions was likely the result of the suspended particles. The feeding method of goldfish was probably an underlying mechanism that triggered them, because they voraciously filter through sediments, consuming detritus, plant matter, benthic algae, and invertebrates. Honestly, I didn't realize goldfish were filtering through the substrate that much. It's kind of crazy. This appears to be similar to what occurs when goldfish are added to fishless ponds. We did not find an interactive effect between species treatment and phytoplankton biomass. Moreover, the increase in phytoplankton was driven by adding native shiners or invasive goldfish, increasing from 3 to 6 fish rather than from adding goldfish. This suggests that the change in phytoplankton abundance was not responsible for the reduction in water clarity in our experiment, despite this occurring in other studies. While the higher oxygen concentrations in eutrophic conditions probably resulted from photosynthesis associated with higher phytoplankton abundance, we found no evidence that goldfish caused declines in dissolved oxygen. Despite increases in NVSSs and reductions in water clarity, our study suggests no threat of hypoxic conditions. However, our experimental ecosystem was only 0.5 meters deep, and we did not explore oxygen conditions at night. Okay, well that's probably something to look at. What's up, Moneyless Maven? Yurio said most of the time they would dig through the substrate. Yeah, I got catfish for that. Yeah, goldfish are so useless. Why do you a fish that big swim in the middle of the water? Why are you digging through the bottom of the damn lake? That's where the catfish is supposed to be. We got the goldfish doing that job. It's just not right. And they got the bubble eyes and all this stuff, probably dragging around the ground, scraping on the gravel. Oh, that's terrible. Maven said, Nick, I messaged you on Discord. All right. I'll have to check that out. Maven says, you want to debate something? Let me know. I'm willing to come on the stream and debate anything. I don't care. I'll take any position. Okay. I'll take any position. Pause. All right. Pause. Okay, let me get back on track. Phytoplankton and filamentous algae both increased under eutrophic conditions, which is a well-known outcome of eutrophication. Across fish treatments, however, the increase in phytoplankton mirrored the decrease of filamentous algae among our species treatments. The reason for this mirrored effect is likely due to the increased competition associated with increased density of either fish or species alone, or the two species combined. The diets of golden shiner and goldfish are essentially the same, though feeding methods can be different. At higher densities, these two species therefore appear to consume filamentous algae. Consumption, digestion, and excretion likely led to a feedback loop that fertilized phytoplankton production. What? Why are you barfing, Uriel? What are you horrified by? Alternative hypothesis for the mirror change in phytoplankton and filamentous algae includes a shading effect or indirect effect through the zooplankton. The hypothesis that the phytoplankton shaded out filamentous algae through competition for light is less plausible because water clarity and NVSS were statistically similar among the high native species in combination treatment. In addition, water clarity and NVSSs did not change under oligotrophic conditions, yet the mirroring effect was present under oligotrophic conditions. Chris Ladd said, golden shiners are cool fish too. Are they? Because all the things just looked up, it was like people asking if they're even edible, or talking about how you can collect a large amount of them to use as bait. You know what I mean? Among the zooplankton groups, cladoceran density declined whether we had 6 total fish, regardless of species composition, but the copepods exhibited more complex patterns. Given that the cladocerans as a group are generally larger and more herbivorous than the copepods in lakes, there's the potential that decreased densities of native or invasive fish cause a reduction in cladocerans, which then caused an increase in phytoplankton via indirect effect. This process would complement the increase in phytoplankton that would be caused by the fish consuming filamentous algae. Even though the large-bodied cladocerans had lower densities in these fish treatments, statistical evidence was lacking to support a trophic cascade occurred. Ultimately, goldfish could trigger reductions of filamentous algae and more phytoplanktons in lakes, but these effects largely depend on fish density, perhaps species composition or diet overlap within the native fish community. Yurio said, what the hell is a golden shiner? We looked that up earlier. It just seems to be another kind of like I think it can get up to 14 inches is what we read. It's not super attractive. Notomajonis chrysolichus. And people seem to just use it as bait. And then, yeah, Chris Lads in the chat said it's a bait fish. Yeah. Looks like a roach or a rudd. Interesting. Are those fish, or are you just saying it looks like a cockroach? I'm not a fisher, which is one thing that's interesting about this hobby, and also people that fish, is just, if you fish, you just seem to have a bit of an advantage on general knowledge when it comes to things out there. You know what I mean? I'm always impressed by how people who are really into fishing, like, they talk about, like, oh, this is a good place to fish. Oh, I'd love to travel there to fish and stuff like that. And they just know all the different fish that are found in these areas. Like, it's pretty fun. My most fishing experience is contained to Stardew Valley, so minimal. Alternative hypothesis for mirror changes. Yes, the shading effect, I read that. Copepods, okay. The response of the three zooplankton groups exhibited similar patterns in response to fish treatments. From a strict interpretation of statistical tests, only the combination of shiners and goldfish caused a decline in cladocerians and copepods compared to the low-density shiner treatment. This effect was largest for copepods, which experienced substantially lower abundance in 3+3 combination compared to the 6 shiners or 6 goldfish alone. Both fish species are known to consume microcrustaceans, and our results suggest that differences in foraging strategies between the shiners and goldfish might facilitate each other's predation, especially copepods. In short, zooplankton communities might be more susceptible to fish predation where goldfish have invaded, but this might depend on the relative abundance of native versus invasive fish. The goldfish led to a reduction in phycilla snails and Hyela amphipods, 2 of the 4 benthic macroinvertebrate species, but we found very few pea clams across the mesocosms and no evidence of empty clam shells indicating poor survival, which suggests high rates of consumption by both fish species. Similarly, we found Gammarus amphipods in the mesocosms, but were unable to confirm if fish consumption or poor survival occurred, since any dead individuals would have rapidly decomposed. Consumption by goldfish is a possible candidate for reduction in density of the snails and the amphipods. However, the goldfish cleared filamentous microalgae, which would have depleted an important habitat and food source for the macroinvertebrates. We did not have aquatic vegetation in our study, but in a previous study in 2024 found that goldfish introductions led to a depletion of vegetation and a functional extinction of all taxa associated with aquatic vegetation. Clearing of filamentous algae in an experiment by goldfish may have been one mechanism for the decline in snails and amphipods we observed. Holy. Alright, we're getting to the conclusion here. Smart person in the Discord said, Nick said all clams are ugly on stream. Why is this controversial? First of all, you know what? I wasn't saying they were ugly. Someone said the clam was ugly. I was like, what's the difference between this clam and all the other clams? Man. All right. You know what? Let me not get distracted. Let me read the conclusion to this. Okay, let's finish this paper because I do very much want to talk about this traveling 2,200 gallon aquarium. I think you guys will get a kick out of that. So in conclusion, our study illustrates that goldfish invasions could have negative consequences for water quality and ecological communities and lakes. Our results highlight the need for goldfish management. Goldfish management. Oh man, how far have we fallen? In addition to removal or control effects, education and outreach to inform the public about impacts of goldfish and why they should not be released is essential. Some of this information could be mandated to become part of pet trades as well. It's important to acknowledge that the value people place on pets, but it's critically important to inform customers of the pet trade that their pets can become pests. Clearly labeling or providing easy-to-understand literature to accompany all goldfish sales from the pet trade would help the public understand why we should not release these fish. Such information briefs. Listen, you can give them all the information you want. They're gonna dump the damn fish. I'll be honest. Don't do that. It's gonna destroy the environment. Nah, fuck it. I don't got space for it. Dump. Have you been on the highway? Someone just throw a damn trash bag out their car. Yeah, I don't know, man. Clearly labeling or providing easy to understand literature to accompany all goldfish sales from the pet trade. Yo, you think the people buying these goldfish can read? Okay, buddy. Would help the public understand why we should not release these fish. Such information briefs could also identify humane methods of euthanasia. Oh my. Wait. We got an execution manual to come along with our goldfish? Well, let me read that again. Clearly labeling and providing easy to understand literature to accompany all goldfish sales for the pet trade would help the public understand why we should not release these fish. Such information briefs could also identify humane methods of euthanasia. Oh my god, bro. We're gonna buy fish that's gonna include a murder pamphlet. Okay, you bought this fish. Here's how you can kill it when you're done with it. Nah, this is crazy. Like, page 1. Goldfish are beautiful, loving, and here's how you take care of them. Page 2. Here's the damage the goldfish can do to the environment. Page 3. Before you release your goldfish, here's how you can execute it humanely. Smart person said, Lordy, imagine if they did that with other pets. Yeah, you buy a cat, it's like you buy a dog that comes along with an elimination pamphlet. No, this is crazy. Humans use goldfish where humans uses where goldfish are used as biological controls for algae also need to be regulated to ensure intentional or accidental releases do not occur. There's numerous invaders of freshwater ecosystems. We encourage natural resource managers worldwide to add the goldfish to the list of invaders needing further investigation and management action. Holy, there's articles pinned in the chat. Wow. That was a lot. That was definitely a lot. But the pamphlet for executing the fish at the end was next level. That was definitely next level. Also, I didn't know that John cared about clams. Okay, let me not get distracted. Okay. JP Jeffrey said put them in the freezer before release. They might survive that. I don't know. These things are supposed to be kind of scary. All right. We're getting into the next thing. The mobile aquarium. This is actually a pretty cool story. I'm going to have to try and find a couple different links to go through. Because we have an article and then we have the actual link. You know what I mean? So give me 1 second. I'm going to play this. And I'm gonna grab some more coffee. 1 second. No, I went for the ad. It should only give me I only need 30 seconds to go get the drink. Go get the coffee from the pot. So I'm gonna play this.
Temporary aquarium was educating people who fish in the Great Miami River. The 2,200-gallon fish tank was the centerpiece of the Riverway Summit that took place over the last 2 days at the Fitness Center in Hamilton. The large mobile tank was set up in the parking lot, and the fish in it were pulled out of the river near the center. There are 150 different species of fish in the river, and the tank was showing off about 20 of them.
But we're also going to find sunfish and other kinds of bass and really long fish like the long-nosed gar, maybe even some giant catfish, and all sorts of other really interesting species.
Love a good long-nosed gar. All of the fish that were in the tank are now being put back into the river. Thanks to TV Hamilton for sharing this video with us.
All right. So this caught my eye. It's kind of interesting. So that's the little local news blurb on it that I found. George Ciclidia said, "I want one. You want a trailer tank?" George Ciclidia said, "Every goldfish comes with free clove oil." Since when? But here we go. It's from the Miami Conservancy. Bro, what is wrong with me? The Miami Conservancy District brings life below the waterline. A traveling aquarium to 2026 Riverway Summit. So, Life Below the Waterline is a 2,200-gallon mobile aquarium that offers visitors a rare, up-close look at native freshwater species. They're stocked with fish collected from the Great Miami River, providing a living snapshot of the watershed's biodiversity and health. Species commonly featured include smallmouth bass, carp, red horse, longnose gar, and pike, native fish that reflect the ecological richness of the region's waterways. The exhibit features large windows that allow attendees to observe aquatic life while learning how rivers connect to groundwater, which serves as the primary drinking water source for communities through southwest Ohio. Healthy rivers are not only vital ecosystems, they're the foundation of our drinking water, our recreation, and our communities, said Sarah Hippensteel Hall, manager of outreach, education, and stewardship for the Miami Conservancy. This exhibit helps people see what is often hidden beneath the surface and understand how closely our river health is tied to our everyday lives. Let me show you a couple more pictures of this thing. Ew, fish pee in the drinking water. Come on, man. Come on. So you can see it really is a big ass trailer that they've turned into an aquarium. I mean, we gotta find like a build video of this, because you almost could think this was AI, because it really is just like a trailer, like that's now been turned into an aquarium. Fishes of the Ohio River. Now, this is the interesting thing about it, which I feel like could be controversial, but it says the aquarium is filled with locally caught fish, which are returned to their habitat after each event. So I'm assuming they're kind of like filling this shit up with water and water and fish from the place. I don't know. This is kind of like a crazy concept. I think it's awesome for showing people like, hey, look, this is what's in the water, and I think tying it to drinking water is super cool. But usually, at least from a hobbyist perspective, we're used to hearing if you bring something into captivity, never return it. Now, obviously, these are people who probably know what they're doing a bit more than maybe I would, but it's just interesting. They catch local fish and return them after each habitat. So I guess each time you see it, it's different fish collected at a different time. You can submit an application to book it, but I guess it's booked for the entire year already. And you can sponsor, if you'd like to sponsor, you can also sponsor it too. Maybe you were going to sponsor the Keystone Clash, but it's canceled now. You can sponsor this shit. I don't know. Let me look at the event calendar. What? The event calendar is got nothing else for the rest of the year. What's going on? You said it was booked. Okay, I think we might be able to get this out to another place. Is it 2,200 gallons of water with 2 5x10 viewing areas. Let me see if I can find some more. Here's another video of it. Environment matters. Check this out.
Like below the waterline. Folks in Morgantown got an up-close look this week when Orsanco, the Ohio River Valley Water Sanitation Commission, brought its mobile aquarium to town.
Alongside our commission meeting that is happening
some
in Morgantown,
big ass
West
fish.
Virginia, we have our...
What's up outside in aquatics? Yuyo said I think it's smart. JP said I could have the native tank come to my house. Possibly.
Like Below the Waterline mobile aquarium.
Honestly, any event that would have this come to their event, that'd be kind of lit. I'm not gonna lie.
So multiple times a year, we'll take this aquarium out to different community events. That way we can really showcase what's living below the waterline. So it's really cool because most of the time you don't get to see the incredible fish that are living here. So it's just a neat opportunity to see how beautiful these fish are.
Look at that. Jesse might like all the gar and stuff that's in there. Smart person said, who's going to book it for their bar mitzvah, Sweet 16 or Quinceanera first? I mean, come on. The pinned link right now is actually directly to the page for this thing. So if you want to try and book it or submit an application, I don't know.
How big there are, how
Mick said, where's the arowana? It's native, Mick. they're catching these things, and then that's the thing that's unique about it. It's like they're going to the event and like, wait, let's make a stop before we get there, and then they catch all the fish for it.
Numerous they are. There's just so many really cool animals that we don't get to see very often.
That wasn't always
These fish, all the fish in this shot look fucking hideous. I'm not gonna
That
lie.
we don't get to see very often.
That wasn't always the
I
case.
don't need to
in the
see 'em
Ohio
again.
River and its major tributaries. Since 1948, Orsanco and its member states have been working together to address pollution issues in the basin. The DEP is a member organization.
100 years ago, we were actually down to 6 species of fish in the Ohio River. And at this point, we have over 160 native species of fish that have returned or been reintroduced back into the Ohio River, which is
Chris Ladd said, starting to think you're a fish snob. I'm not. I'm just a hater. I just be hating. Look, what do you mean a fish snob, bro? Like, in that one shot, the fish were not looking good, okay? This one's got like a giant ulcer on the side of it. I mean, I don't even know if I want to eat these fish, okay? I haven't gone fishing, okay? This is different to me. Smart person was going to say they're ugly because no pretty fish is going to survive in the Ohio River.
introduced back into the Ohio River, which is some fish.
Wait, one second.
And at this point, we have over 160 native species of fish that have returned or been reintroduced back into the Ohio River, which is
That's crazy. It was down to 6 species at some point.
spectacular. That alone tells the story of conservation efforts, the story of hard work from so many people for a very long period of time.
Think about it. You've been working to save the environment. The Ohio River species is down to 6. Now it's finally back in the place where you're able to guilt-free kidnap some fish for the day and put them in a rejiggered trailer that has now been perfectly optimized for their captivity, for their imprisonment, for education purposes. This is the story of conservation.
Even before the Clean Water Act and the creation of the Clean Water Act, we've seen a whole lot of effort put into cleaning up our waterways, and of course there's still improvement to be made, but it's improved a whole lot. And these
The smart person said, okay, but how do they utilize it after? That's the most interesting thing about it. It says that they put them back in their habitat afterwards.
fish really tell that story.
Getting the aquarium from location to location can be a logistical challenge.
Look at this build. All the constructive people, you tell me what you think of this if you trust it. They have to be driving with it full of water too, right? That's kind of the craziest part. Or do they? I don't know. We have orsanco.org. Let's go to the website on it. Or no, wait, that's what I have listed in the fucking chat already. Never mind. So we have orsanco.org. They have the number. You want to check how they're driving, or can you also report how the fish are swimming? Like if they're swimming inappropriately on the road, could you call the number in the back of the trailer for that too? JB says they probably drain it halfway. A couple fish is drain and refill on location with water from the area. I'm sure. That makes that's a cool trailer.
And no, the fish don't actually ride around in the aquarium.
Whoa, they said the fish don't ride in the aquarium. What the hell? I've been lied to. Also, what? This is a cool looking little fish here. You always said call them up.
Logistical challenge. And no, the fish don't actually ride around in the aquarium.
It takes a good number of people and a good amount of time, but what we do is we have to have a boat and this aquarium both being pulled by separate trucks. So we have
A boat and this? Wait, what?
a boat and this aquarium both being pulled by separate trucks. So we have staff with both of those. We set the aquarium up, get it filled up with water wherever we're at, treat the water. And while the aquarium is getting filled up, we head out to the closest body of water. We do electrofishing, so that's sending electric.
Oh, this is fucking crazy. Wait a sec. They get to location, they fill it up with water, and they go electrofishing. Yo, this is getting more unethical as we go on. Come on, man. They're electrocuting the fish to put them in prison.
With both of those,
They're going out there and just tasing fish.
we set the aquarium up, get it filled up with water wherever we're at, treat the water. And while the aquarium is getting filled up,
Wait, everyone in the chat is like, wait, what? Smart person said this guy's good vibes, extra nerdy. Yeah, he the guy has good vibes. Yu-Gi-Oh says electro fishing. JP says, wait, boat pulls trailer while shocking the fish. Yu-Gi-Oh says, this even legal? I mean, I assume so. This is the conservationists that are doing it. I mean, this is on the Environment Matters YouTube channel. Well, let me run it. Let me run it back. Let me make sure we heard correctly.
we have to have a boat a good amount of time, but what we do is we have
This is
to
what they
have
do.
a boat and this aquarium both being pulled by separate trucks, so we have staff with both of those. We set the aquarium up, get it filled up with water wherever we're at, treat the water, and while the aquarium is getting filled up, we head out to the closest body of water. We do electrofishing, so that's sending electric pulses into the water, so the fish swim to us and we can just use a net to scoop them up nice and safely.
Oh, nice and safely. Oh yeah, yo, shout out to the Anne Arundel County PD. Next time I go crazy because someone dumped some scuds in my tank, they gotta call the police. They come in. I won't cooperate. They tase me. I'll say thank God they tased me nice and safely and threw me into the tank, not the fish tank. You know, the penitentiary. A couple of fish said alien abduction for fish. Zapped and wake up in a trailer tank only to be placed back at the end of the display time. It really is like an alien abduction. Chris Ladd said, might as well throw in some dynamite, catch all the fish. Also, do they have a limit on how many fish they catch? They just like everything they electrocute that floats to the top, they just toss into the trailer. Mick said, everything gotta go someday. That's life. A couple of fish that swim to us. They swim towards the boat because they like the shocks. Smart person said, makes sense. Fish react to electric fields. Maybe it's not enough to stun them, just to pique their curiosity. Okay, perhaps.
We do electrofishing, so that's sending electric pulses into the water, so the fish swim to us and we can just use a net to scoop them up nice and safely, and then we're able
Fish
to transport
programming.
them back using our live well and put them back in this tank where we keep them for about a day or two depending on the event, and then they get to go right back home. So just a short little field trip for the fish.
Yo, this spin is incredible. Short little field trip for the fish. I'm keeping this. When times are tough and I need to do some kidnapping, hold someone against their will. Short field trip. What's the problem? Okay, I'm gonna drink this little bit of this little espresso, this little coffee I got here. Count down to 3. If you got any kind of drink, water or whatnot, you can drink it along with me. I'm gonna count down to 3 and clink the screen. Okay, so 3, 2, 1. Cheers. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. You guys have seen a video of it. They float the surface lethargic. Mix says people. There's nothing to see here. Smart person said, do they give them a snack for the road though? I doubt it. JP says cheers. Couple fish said, I do know if done right, electro is safer. I'm sure it's safer. I mean, all jokes aside, this is pretty cool. I like how they tied it to drinking water and stuff. It's educational. I think it's super cool that they can put the fish back. I have questions about how safe that is. Now, they're filling up with water at location, but we all know that in theory, right, there could be some kind of like novel bacteria in tap water. Maybe. Probably not. I don't know. There's lots of questions, but these are the kind of people that probably know enough to be doing it safely, so...
And put them back in this tank where we keep them for about a day or two depending on the event. And
Chris Ladd said, this is a cool thing, but it sounds expensive. Hey, they got sponsors, so you know what I mean? Maybe some people with some extra money paid for it. The trailer itself is kind of interesting on its own, I'm not gonna lie.
then they get to go right back home. So just a short little field trip for the fish.
The mobile aquarium is a crowd pleaser, especially with the little ones.
Don't pop up again.
The fish are in there like, I hate my fucking life. They get kidnapped, and this is what they get to listen to.
especially with the little ones.
Pop up again.
It's like, this thing can't even talk English. I want to go home.
The response is sometimes, whoa, those are big fish. A lot of people don't know how big the fish in the Ohio River can truly get. There are fish that get over the size of a human. So we get some really big ones, but then also there's some really beautiful fish in here. A lot of the time we think of
I'm waiting to see him.
fish in this area being more muted colors, but
Yeah, everything in this thing has muted colors.
there's bright reds and
Okay, this one fish got some bright red on the door on the caudal fin.
there's bright yellows, there's some oranges.
Oh, we got the jump scare here. I don't know. This fish might actually appreciate not being sent back. It don't look like you've been having a good time in the Ohio River.
There truly is a rainbow of colors in our waters that is just absolutely beautiful. While we were out there today fishing, we saw numerous different species of red horse, and they are very sensitive to pollution. So seeing that species of fish in the river in such abundance is incredible to see.
The Ohio River is over 980 miles long and stretches from Pittsburgh to Cairo, Illinois, where it
Let's
joins
go.
the Mississippi River. West Virginia has roughly 300 miles of Ohio River shoreline and is home to 4 of the Ohio's major tributaries, including the Mon here in Morgantown, where these fish are from. The basin is home to 30 million people and is the drinking water source for more than 5 million residents.
What I think is cool about this is it's traveling to places and it seems like it's catching fish near the location where they go. So I don't know. A couple of fish are pretty neat. If this is the first iteration, hopefully it gets better and better. Yeah. I thought you guys would appreciate this. All jokes aside, this is super cool. Like, if I had the ability to, I'd book this for a fish event. So I hope somewhere out there someday in an aquarium hobby event, they got the bread to bring this thing out. Because, I don't know, it's pretty awesome concept. I have questions, but I assume that they've kind of thought through them.
To find out more about Orsanko
Mick said put the dog in there too, part of nature as well.
and the Foundation for Ohio River Education, visit their website.
Let's see, is there any other videos of it? Let me see. It's like it's been active. It's active this year. It's been booked for events this April. But it seems like it's gone back maybe as far as 2023.
Site or
Yeah. I'm trying to see it with like some different fish. So what do you got? You fisher people, you recognize this? Is that I'll be honest, I don't really know any fish. Is that a sunfish? The quality on this is not fantastic. Now, I'm not seeing the rainbow that he was describing. I'm seeing a lot of silver. I'm seeing a lot of gray. I'm seeing a lot of angry faces. That's what I'm seeing. Man, no wonder I prefer the sushi fishes so much. The freshwater fish that might be big enough to eat, they're not looking so appetizing. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god. So it looks like they have this sign here. I was looking for this. So here's the fish that they have listed. You said Wells catfish question mark. Jose said, hello everyone, just getting home. Shift ended at 7:30 Central, left at 11 p.m. Quick hello and good night. Have to be up at 4:30. Would love to hang out. Too tired. Have a good night. Oh, Jose, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for all the work you're doing. If you didn't know, Jose is a nurse, I believe. Putting in that work. Appreciate you. Mix, I've been working with public aquariums, seen a lot for a few days of having them in darkness during nights. Seen a lot for a few days of having them in darkness during nights. I have nothing to say. Wait, what do you mean by that, Mick? Here's the fishes they list on their sign about below the Ohio River. Okay? How many of these do you guys not recognize? The fishing people. Gizzard shad. Skipjack herring. Bluegill. Red ear sunfish. Long ear sunfish. Rock bass. Black crappie. white crappie, largemouth bass, spotted bass, white bass, smallmouth bass, walleye, yellow perch, sauger, freshwater drum, flathead catfish, silver red horse, blue catfish, silver carp, grass carp, common carp, channel catfish, blue sucker, river carp sucker, smallmouth buffalo, black buffalo, American eel, smallmouth red horse, golden red horse, northern pike, yellow perch, hybrid striped bass, spotted bass, yellow bass, bowfin, bigmouth buffalo, black buffalo, smallmouth buffalo, bowfin, short-nosed gar, spotted gar, long-nosed gar, and paddlefish. Couple fish that look like a blue cat or flathead. I didn't see color. Mix, I have no issues with it if handling fish in a nice plus careful way. Steve said, did I tell you about my new terrestrial isopod food, dried MTS snails? No, you did not, but I have been feeding snails and duckweed to my terrestrial isopods for a while, and it seems to be working really well. So I recommend feed your isopods snails. There's a little bit of ethical concern because, like, I'm kind of tossing in live snails to terrestrial isopods, and, like, good luck. Eventually you'll be isopod food, but it's a circle of life. You know what I mean? Holy. Alright. Oh, so it looks like catch of the day. So it does show what species are in the tank of the day they put on. So in this particular day, they had long-nosed gar in there, sauger, long-ear sunfish, flathead catfish, gizzard shard, common carp, white crappie, freshwater drum, largemouth bass, flathead catfish, channel catfish, river red horse, bigmouth buffalo, smallmouth buffalo, and bluegill all in one trailer tank. You tell me about that stocking. Is that a good community? Mick said that's a good way. That's a new way to kill off MTS. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely got some big. I'll be honest. This gar that's been in a couple of them look pretty cool. They look pretty cool. They got like spots on their caudal fin and stuff. Like, it does have big dude bullshit. I invented that idea. Steve said, "Fuck you, Steve." You know, I heard Big Steve invented the concept of breeding fish. I don't know if you guys heard about that, but I definitely heard about that. So yeah, big mobile fish trailer. What do you guys think? You bringing that to the next club meeting? All right. I covered my main topics that I had prepared. So basically, you have to get me talking about something or else I'm in the stream. Jesse said, gar dope. Smart person said, I thought Takashi Amano invented breeding fish. Big Steve said, I'm going on a world tour 2026. You know, is there anything interesting aquarium fish video wise that we can look at? Because otherwise, shit. Chris Ladd said Ozark long-ear sunfish are the prettiest. Let me look that up. Troy Fish Keeping said, hard not to sit and unwind or water. Typo 7:30 p.m. ended. Yes, Nick Nurse long shift. Yo, what's the shout out to Jose, man. #1 swamp tank representative in the chat. Who's gonna take me fishing, bro? I need to go fishing. But like, I kind of want to catch a fish and eat it, but then I'm so scared of eating freshwater fish at this point now that I've kept so many of them. I love the breed fish. Can we go? Who's got a boat? Let's go to sea. Long ear sunfish. I know what these look like. Big Steve says there's a pretty funny comment on my last coral short. All right, I can check that out. Ozark long ear. Oh, my bad. I missed that in my search. Thanks for catching that. Chico said I got my fishing license. Trap nets, cast nets. What's up? Yo, I'm in Maryland. I gotta get a license to catch some damn crabs. I love crabs so much. Ozark long ear sunfish spawning. These look pretty cool. I feel like I've seen people mention sunfish before. I mean, they look nice. Are they bad aquarium fish? This is them in an aquarium. Now, wait a second. Is this a saltwater tank? Hold up. Steve said we can go fishing. Can we, Steve? That almost sounded like a threat. Jose said, thank you for helping people in need. Jacob said, fishing the Mississippi River is really fun. I think the locals take it for granted. Steve said, sunfish are aggressive. Oh, well. I mean, so are a lot of fish. They do look cool, though. 11 years ago. Long ear sunfish 2014. 11 years ago. Look at this fucking fish, bro. That is crazy looking. Oh, my God. Oh, and you got some shiners in here, too? Those look pretty cool. Oh, but look at the... Yeah, here's the Chads back again. Flowerhorn who? They just lay eggs in the rocks just wherever? I hope they protect them. They're like a North American piranha, if you ask me. That aggressive, huh? JP says I have one of those long ears. JP's got a lot of nice tanks. He's got a lot of fish. Ooh, Jesse, I got a bunch of babies of those shrimp I got from you, the ocean blues or whatever. There's a bunch of little ones all over. And my first snow white Amano has been buried. Just for... I'm trying to... We're going to breed some Amano shrimp. We're going to raise up some Amano shrimp. My snow whites in the 10-gallon that I've been trying to make look nice. One of them is finally buried. So we should be having some chances to raise some Amanos coming up. Yeah, these fish look cool. What else should I look up? You guys gotta, if you guys want to keep the stream going, you have to tell me what the hell are we talking about? What are we reacting to? Holy. Steve said they don't have the teeth, but they do some damage. Mick said awesome fish, gorgeous. Mick, how many cool native fish do you have? Because I feel like when looking at like European native fish, well, I haven't really looked at that many European native fish, but am I wrong in thinking that we got a bit more diversity in the entirety of North America? I guess it's kind of a big fucking area. Chris Ladd said, have you seen the new glowfish pearl gourami coming out in May? Yep, I have. We've talked about that a little bit. Glowfish pearl gourami. I still like the longfin Daniel glowfish are still the coolest ones that I've seen. Those are the only ones that I'm like, yeah, I'd buy those. These, it's like, whatever. I'll be honest. I think the outrage with glowfish is either mostly just remnant outrage from when they did inject fish would die, and then the other half of it is there's a lot of people that have an interest in hating on glowfish because it's fish that come from a source they can't control. Like, they have the patent on them, you know what I mean? So in theory, you can't just like breed them and sell them yourself. So I think that's more the issue on an institutional level with them, why people are still incentivized to be outraged. Because if we're talking about an ethical or moral stance, all these short-bodied fish and goldfish with the eyes that can get sucked into a filter, other deformities intentionally bred into them, I feel like in a moral and ethical stance, those are much worse. But yet, there's a lot of outrage about the glowfish. To me, I always just look at the money incentive. Glowfish has a patent on these fish, so you can't sell them unless you go through them, in theory. So it makes sense there's a lot of people that are breeders or business owners that kind of act outraged about the glowfish, and I feel like that's kind of where it comes from, because I don't really see a moral or ethical thing that makes them worse than anything else that people intentionally breed, you know? Jose said, it looks cool. Would definitely buy them. Oh, you would buy them. Wow. Like the glow and the pearl. Like the color. Oh, man. I don't know. I mean, I want glow shrimp. Smart person said not worse, but both can be bad. I mean, I think both can be bad. What is bad about the glowfish? That's the thing. There's, with a lot of the intentional breeding stuff, there's health issues involved with a lot of those morphs. So that's another reason I'd say they're bad. Like the short-bodied morphs and all that kind of stuff have pretty definitive health issues associated with them. The glowfish, I've not seen too much in comparison, or that is much different. But with, like, again, with the short body thing, that's like physically shortening the body of the fish, stunting them, whatever. Like there's a lot of bad things that come into that. So even if the glowfish, I see smart person says, affect temperament and hardiness, like maybe, but I just feel like stuff that people breed for intentionally is so much worse. Even just longfin, even just like a longfin betta. We're talking about something that functionally could never survive in the wild ever. It can barely survive in an aquarium. It's so prone to its fins gain fungus. It can't even swim properly. Like, to me, that's much worse, in theory. Jose said, I'm not a purist when it comes to fish. I don't do the short balloon bodies. Thumbs down. Chris Ladd said, I do think the patents is a source of a lot of the fish hate too. Yeah, I think if the glowfish didn't have the patents thing, you would not see nearly as much people still trying to go out of their way to talk about how terrible they are. I think that's the main issue, because otherwise I don't see the problem. The other thing people say is like, oh, kids think that they're toys. It's a toyification of fish. And I still say that the things people breed intentionally do the same thing. Like bettas and goldfish are all kind of toyified fish for the average person. JB Jeffrey says, post on Discord a huge Japanese aquascaping video. I haven't seen one like it. All right, let me pull it up. Holy. You don't want to talk about glowfish, JP? What's the problem? You're scared of the controversy? I love the controversy. I thrive off of it. Feed me the controversial topics. Chris Ladd said, most of the line-bred fish are less hardy as well. I don't see people saying much about that. I agree. I 100% agree. Area of Coster Islands in the Bay of Fjord or Oslo, Norway. That kind of came out of nowhere, but Coster Islands. Ooh, very pretty. Very pretty. I do miss, I want to go back to I want to travel out of country again. I was talking music with Mick, and I was sharing some of my old songs I made. And one of them, the music video is mostly from my trip to Scotland. And I was like, man, it was so pretty there. I'm not going to bother with the audio, but like, this is like footage that I took in Scotland. This was at some, this was a castle in Stonehaven. This is a view from a castle in Stonehaven. Oh man, it was so pretty. I think this is from a cruise when I was going towards the Bahamas. This is different. This is from Maryland, actually. Let me go back to the UK shots. So yeah, I got a couple of shots while I was in this castle in Stonehaven. Let me go back to the water shots. 1 second. But my whole point in bringing that up is I miss traveling. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was looking for. More water. Harry Potter. Anyways, Jose said Chris Ladd's agree. Jose's agreeing on the line-bred fish being less hardy, and people don't say that much about that. Mick says the only place where deep sea water occurs in the Swedish area where it's deep enough, 80 meters. Okay, let's look at this aquascaping video that JP is feeding me. As soon as I run out of shit, bro, I'm out of here. Holy. The best layout ever. A fish tank that will leave you speechless when you see it. Alright. Is this fish tank gonna make me shut up? Spoiler alert. I don't think so. We gotta rotate your phone fucking message in the this is looking devious. It already assumes I'm on a phone. So these are, what fish are these? The Caste tetras, perhaps? 6,000 by 15,000. Sorry, 1,500 by 1,500. All right. So they're bringing in these big pieces of wood. This is one of those things, like, where the hell are they building this? Is this in an actual room or is this in an abandoned house? Because this is looking like a sketchy as hell operation. Like, the ceiling don't even look level on this overhang here. Hey, let's go. Let's go. I'm so employed right now, Jose. Joy of Fish Keeping, $4.99 donation. Thank you so much, Jose. Actually, I'm hoping to go to a job fair. I'm like job searching hardcore right now. You guys know it's like hard to find a decent job? Holy. Jose said it's sending $4.99. Thank you very much, Jose. Appreciate you for the super chat. JP said power must be out. Yeah, why do they have this aquarium set up like this is an illicit activity? We have some job site lighting while they're aquascaping. There's no ADA 5 billion foot light. There's no weak aqua. I don't think that Bomba would approve. Smart person said, what? It's hard to find a job right now? Yeah, it's pretty brutal. I mean, I've been working as basically a freelancer for a long time, and I kind of like would like something a bit more stable after I got scammed out of thousands of dollars. I'm like, man, you know, maybe it's time to get a real job. And also just the situation in the world, things just aren't the same as it was. But turns out it's hard to get a job. It's hard to even get like shitty jobs in the meantime, you know, like some part-time shit. Like, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, I'm gonna try and go to a job fair tomorrow, see if I can find something, right? Smart person said, I'm updating my resume based on feedback while you stream. There you go. You know what I'm talking about. Jacob said it's kind of crazy. It's not like I have like the craziest resume ever, but like, you know, I think I'm relatively employable, you know what I mean? Like, George Secludia said also job hunting. It's hell right now. Okay. So you guys kind of on the same thing. Yeah, it's been a very turbulent period of life. It's like a combination of financial, health, and other pressures. So it's like, man, what am I even supposed to do? You know what I mean? I've had moments where I'm feeling like, is it worth it, or is the next 20 years just gonna be me trying to get back on my feet? And then, you know, by the time I do, I'm gonna be so old that I'm like, oh, I would love to retire. I'm old now, but I can't. Jacob said, I've been at the same job for 14 years. Damn, it's hard to find a place where I'll get paid more and still work part-time. George Scalea said, good luck out there, smart person. Yeah, good luck to you. Good luck to everyone. It has to be worth it. It's part of the experience, Jacob said. Okay. Now this... Okay, what the hell is this pin light supposed to be doing? Come on. What are we doing? We got a job. They're aquascaping under this terrible lighting. I need them to put up an aquarium. Like, how are they supposed to know how to aquascape this properly with the shadows? Now we got this pin light. It's not even on. What is he holding it up for? There's no light coming out of this. What is that? Oh, it's a laser? Oh, okay. Okay, it's a laser pointer. Let me calm down. Still. Smart person said this is sketchy. They look like burglars. JP said, I think they look in. Yo, imagine someone broke into your house and installed like a $10,000 to $20,000 800+ gallon setup, rimless. I just don't want anyone aquascaping with no... I feel like, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like when you're aquascaping, you should have the light set up how it's going to be, like, over top when the aquarium's running. Jose said, I recently got 20 Glow Pristella Tetras, green, red, yellow. Look amazing schooling. The winning Clash Aquascape People's Choice by Steve was amazing. The scape itself and the green glowfish. Think they were Danios. Yeah, I do want the longfin Danios. I haven't seen them up for sale anywhere. Steve, where can we get these longfin glow Danios? George Secludia said, let's see if these guys also electro-abduct the fish. Okay, through a dozen of changes, we discovered the most beautiful form. So they're cutting the wood with a chainsaw. All sorts of wires suspending the wood. They're standing in the aquarium. Again, I just feel like the lighting is not ideal for actually doing this. They secure the driftwood using stone epoxy. We got some angelfish coming in here. We got some lights above now. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, I want to see if they say what fish those were. I would buy a bunch of longfin danios. I would too. The longfin glow danios are the main one. Anyone want to confirm what tetras these are? I feel like they're coste tetras, except they look so fat compared to how I've seen them. I guess some of these pictures they look a little bit chunkier. And then we got angelfish. Ah, yep, coste tetras. Wow, I'm so knowledgeable about one of the few most standard tetras ever. Oh no, they put rainbow fish in this? Wait, we got rainbow fish, angelfish, and coste tetras in the same thing. Am I wrong? Or like, if you do a tank this big, this expensive, it's gotta be biotope, right? I'm not mixing continents on this. Like, I'm putting fish from Australia with fish from fucking South America. Like, what are we doing here? Because coste tetras, those gotta be, yeah, those are from Brazil too. And we know where angelfish are from. You put fucking rainbow fish with those? What are we doing here? This is amateur hour? Like, this looks so nice. You got the tetras and you got the angelfish, and there's just this big ass dumb rainbow fish for no reason, right? There. Why were the angelfish, the rainbow fish added? They were not needed, and there's not even that many of them. It just looked like you put a giant clown in the middle of the tank. Big C said, "What's next? A bubble eye goldfish?" That's what I was saying. Like, bro, this is your centerpiece fish for the 2,000 billion gallon aquarium. A Botswana rainbow fish and a South American tank. Are we for real, my flipper? Are we for real? Also, are we calling this heavily planted? I need some more plants. I'm gonna need some more plants. I know it was just set up, but yeah, look at this. We got Dumbo in the tank right now. This big ass Botswana rainbow fish for no reason. Go back to Australia, man. Send this fish to go fight some kangaroos or some shit. I want to buy aquarium, bro. Feed it to the kangaroos. Imagine that Garf from the trailers in there also. They put this on the back of the trailer. They didn't even show us a good establishing shot of the aquarium, really. Like, it's so long that I don't think they even have a lens that could show the whole thing at once. You need a fucking, what's the word for the lens? The ones that are super, the cinematic lenses. It's, anamorphic. There we go. Yeah, anamorphic lens. You need that squeeze. Next, the only thing I want to say is the Beatles were correct. You get by with a little help from your friends. Sgt. Pepper, 1967. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club. After this, go listen to some gods of music. Mick is plugging the Beatles. This is how bad things have gotten that we have to listen to the Beatles to deal with the aquascaping we're being faced with. All right, what else can we take a look at, people? What else is going on in the anything else in the aquarium fish world? Aquarium fish. I will stay on stream as long as we have something to talk about, but aquarium fish. I just searched in YouTube aquarium fish and I put this week. Oh, you know what? Rebecca Aquarium. This is gonna give me freshwater ichthyologist. That's what the channel is. Freshwater ichthyologist. I think she had a video worth looking at recently. A couple, actually. Hold up. You guys see this video? Shout out to Rebecca. This is someone that I need to bring on live stream. I don't know why I haven't. I feel like because I watch enough of her videos, I'm scared to just ask her to come on stream sometime. But Jacob said the last 5 videos from her are bangers. You know, they say never meet your heroes, right? So sometimes I like, maybe I won't ask her to come on stream. I'll just keep watching. 143 likes on this video with 1.8 thousand views. Ain't bad, though. Everyone like this video. I'm going to go get a little bit more to drink and a little bit more coffee. But let's talk about this. You guys see this? Most people are not overfeeding their fishes. Let me put up a poll. Are most people overfeeding their fish? Yes. No. You guys let me know what you think. I'm curious. JP said the government might ban fish tanks. No, they won't. Jacob said the worst thing she says is no. I haven't been doing many streams with people recently. If you haven't noticed, I'm kind of behind. I did just reach out to someone to do a stream for the first time in a while, though. Looking like next Monday or Tuesday. Mick said Rebecca is good. What do you guys think? Do you think most people are overfeeding their fish? Yes or no? I'm going to start playing this video. I'm going to get my drink, and I'll be right back.
Fish biologist, an ichthyologist, and also a PhD student. I specialise and study the evolution of lower-card catfishes, also known as plecos, whiptails, otocinclus, within the aquarium trade. I do bits of ecology, bits of morphology and anatomy, so a whole diversity of different things surrounding these really interesting fishes.
Mick said, are we talking nerds or common people? Listen, the problem with differentiating between quote-unquote normal people, Steve said it keeps modding my comment. Wait, what comment are you saying, Steve? That's crazy. The problem, it's self-reported. Nerds or common people. Common people are nerds too. Saltwater short. Okay, I'll look at the saltwater short after I get back and we watch this. Just remind me, because you did say the saltwater short had a crazy comment or whatever. Yeah, just overall, do you think people are overfeeding their fish? Yes or no? Vote in the poll. I think the issue is that a lot of normal quote-unquote people that are keeping aquariums are also super nerdy. So I don't know if I could differentiate between what are you asking, normal people or nerds? Because I don't know, I feel like I've overfed fish because feeding fish is really fun. You kind of get like a hit of dopamine, like I fed the fish, look at them eating it, they're gonna grow faster, whatnot. And yeah, so I don't know, what do you think? Are most people overfeeding their fish? Rebecca thinks most people are not overfeeding their fish, so that's what I thought was kind of crazy. So far the poll, everyone's saying yes, most people are overfeeding their fish. So let's see if we agree with Rebecca or not.
And I have got experience within the aquarium trade and nearly 20 years experience as a fish keeper. But today I'm going to talk about a myth that maybe a lot of people don't quite explore enough. And this is the idea about overfeeding versus underfeeding. There's this idea that most of us are actually overfeeding our fishes and we really need to cut it down. This can be kind of conflicted with the messaging you're getting on the packet fish food packets, and also other advice from different brands that sell fish food. Sometimes they kind of over recommend amounts and sometimes they under recommend amounts, and that's where you get some really mixed communication on how much you should feed your fishes. And I'm here to say it actually depends on the fish, and it actually depends on what you're feeding. So some foods are going to need more than others to different fishes, and some fishes are going to need more food than others. Generally, most fishes will need daily feeding or will benefit from a daily feed, and these are your more traditional.
One second, I'm back with more drink. You guys have kept me awake this long. This will keep me awake a little bit longer. If you want to drink with me, we're going to clink in a couple of seconds. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, and cheers. Let's get back
Fishes that you're probably keeping. So whether it be tetras, loricarids, loaches, many cichlids, And this can actually be a little bit more diverse than it's.
That was a crazy spelling of cichlids. Sicklets. Cichlids. Now that. Yo, someone call you a cichlid. It's time for a fist fight.
Many cichlids, and this can actually be a little bit more diverse than it seems. So,
Smart person said, Big Steve, it's modding out my comment too. Wait, when you guys say it's modding out your comment, what exactly are you saying? Because on my end, I have live chat on. I haven't seen any chats been knocked out. Are you saying the chat's showing up on the screen are different, or are you getting like a message when you... Oh yeah, you can't post links in my chat unless you're a mod, so that would definitely be normal. Yeah, I have links turned off in my chat, but I didn't get a message that disappeared. If you're trying to send a link, put it in the Discord for me to find it. Cheers. Must be pretty strong coffee. I only drink black coffee, and I do not like how it tastes, but I do not want the extra calories of the creamer and stuff. Steve said no, I was just saying check the short, no link. Okay, I'll check it out in a second.
So traditionally, a lot of people are told that certain fish like bottom dwellers only need feeding weekly or every few days. And this actually has no logic whatsoever, because most of these fishes that are feeding at the bottom are probably constantly feeding. And it's not like the food you're feeding them is actually more nutritious than what they're feeding on in nature. It could actually be less nutritious. It really depends.
Now hold up. What if I'm following the father fish method and my tank is feeding the fish itself? Because I feel like Rebecca is assuming that I don't leave the windows open. I don't have a resurrection jar. I don't scrape my toe cheese into the tank, you know, to cultivate a fungal colony. You know what I mean? Like, maybe there is stuff in the tank. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Depends on what you're actually feeding them. But I'll go into digestibility and that kind of assimilation and what's actually taken up a bit later. Other fishes, such as larger predatory fishes, might need feeding a lot less, and that does also depend on the food item. But this being the ambush predators, where you're feeding one large food item, you're going to feed it probably, or need to feed it a lot less. And it just varies depending on the fish.
Okay. Varies depending on the fish. I can comprehend that. I'm gonna move the camera, but let me also respond to chat. Jacob said LMAO WTF. Mick said, what is she feeding her Robotic Arowanas? Probably some lithium cells. Jacob said, my dude, that's our inside joke from now on. Which one? Holy.
Because different fishes have different lengths of intestines, different abilities to actually break down food, and they're just feeding on different things entirely. So realistically, a lot of people are potentially underfeeding some fish and overfeeding others. So that's why I kind of recommend daily, but it really depends. Some fishes, like if you're feeding juveniles when they're growing, a growing fish needs a lot more nutrition than a fish that's an adult, because that growth takes a lot more nutrients in general. It's kind of logical in a way. So some fishes like discus, the juveniles need feeding a lot more than the adults. It also comes into the idea of thinking about what they're feeding on. Some fishes are grazers, so that would be like loricas, discus, tropheus. So daily or multiple times a day would be more natural for most of these than actually feeding once a day, and definitely not feeding once a week or once every few days.
Jacob said the toe cheese is an inside joke. I was crying. I'm just saying, man. We're trying to start some colonies. People talk about slime mold. Why can't I have some kind of mold that's nutritious to the fishes between my toes? You know what I'm saying? Big Steve said, I check out the first time I heal algae or aluminum. Why? Aren't you a plumber?
And it's quite often to see cases of where you get really skinny fishes of these, so where they're really emaciated or they're just stunted and they're not getting enough food is quite often. And you might also see people say that they actually grow really slowly, and for some fishes this is definitely true. For others, like I think even Panac, this is actually unlikely because when you feed them daily or twice a day, they actually grow a lot more rapidly.
I will say I've been feeding a couple of fish a bit more recently, and the growth rate difference is large. Actually, with some dwarf pike fry, I feel like I experienced some compensatory growth, like we read in some papers where some fish have the ability to make up for lost time, essentially. As soon as they have the nutrients, they can grow more quickly than normal when they've not had the resources to do so. I don't think I was necessarily underfeeding them, but I started feeding them 3 times a day, and they grew a lot faster. So I definitely could see that. Steve said, I think people underfeed. Okay.
But the other thing is, if you're dealing with larger fish like ambush predators, which will eat less, well, need a lot less food, and these aren't so common anyway, like certain puffers, largely, you know, the more solitary ones.
I wonder if the Ellisoma count as an ambush predator.
Even like Mabu, Fahaka, depends on what you're feeding them. But also certain like spiny eels, some cichlids, some catfishes even. It really depends, but obesity is still a thing with fishes.
Don't body shame my fish. Excuse me? No, joking.
We don't entirely know too much about it, although there is observations of fatty liver disease in fishes and actual liver damage. Half of this is also what you're feeding, so it's worth actually really thinking about.
Oh shit, she actually made a cut there. Crazy. Steve said, I think people underfeed. What are we calling overfeeding overweight fish? Never mind, she just said it. Fatty liver disease.
What you're well, how frequently you're really feeding, and would that fish actually feed frequently in the wild? It's kind of logical to think that a lot of those bottom feeders, those grazers, like a lot, it drives me mad with pleco foods actually, where they're recommended once a week, 3 times a week, because these fishes are obviously not only finding food that infrequently, they're constantly finding algae, biofilms. It depends on the species, obviously, because there are carnivores, but even then, they're constantly grazing for their food. They do have quite a slow process of processing the food, which kind of comes in if the food's not being processed that well.
All right, ending the poll that I had, I'm starting a new poll. So my poll that I had before was, are most people overfeeding their fish? 67% of you out of 12 votes said yes, and 33% said no. So most of you are disagreeing with the topic, the subject of this video. I'm going to start a new poll, which is, how often do you feed your fish? Once a day? Once a week? Multiple times a day? 3 times a week? It only lets me add 4 options, so I did my best. Steve said, I can't remember the last time I saw a fish with jelly rolls, but definitely pinched bellies.
Maybe that food is not the most digestible for them, given it takes, like when I did feeding trials on Planet Aquarium, it takes about 3-4 days for
Smart person said,
their
Nick, how often I feed is complicated.
gut. That's quite a long time. I think humans are about, it varies around 12-24 hours. But it also depends if something's carnivore, herbivore, and what it actually evolved from, because some of these traits are kind of residual in a way, or conserved, I guess is a better term. So if most of that group is carnivorous, then it's probably going to have more carnivorous anatomy, and maybe it's going to need a lot more feeding of the same food, because maybe it's not as digestible, even though they naturally feed on that in the wild. But a lot of these advices online about feeding certain things like infrequently, it's just not really based on anything. And the volumes, it really depends as well. I do it a lot by eye, and that's the problem. You have to kind of do it by eye. You can do like spoonful sizes. You can do like a pinch, but a pinch differs to everyone. It depends on the food. So it really depends. For Repassion stuff, I actually measure out the volume, so I know how many spoons of ingredients I add. I kind of know how much water I add, and then I cut it into the right size cubes of how much concentrated I think the food I'm making is. So there is a little bit more of judgment, but that's part of fish keeping. Part of fish keeping is actually error.
That's a good point. Part of fish keeping is actually error. I agree with that, because all I do is make errors. Savage Tickle said, Nick, I got them stir fry and Sunday, and said, are you trying to fart? What are you talking about, bro? We have a problem. You want to squabble up? All I'm trying to do is watch and comprehend this video. Congrats on the stir fry. You got 14 stir fry or something like that, right? So where's the eggs at? You talking to me about by trying to fart? Are you trying to breed these stir fry or what? How many times have you fed them bloodworms or black worms? I guess the last few days. JP said, I have 3 schedules based on certain tanks. It's complicated. Oh man.
Leeways of error and of judgment. The next thing I'm actually going to talk about is another thing that really is important here, and I would provide many photos of fish poo.
You know what? You're good. We don't need the photos of fish poo. At least I don't right now. Smart person said another point is water temperature will affect the fish metabolism. That's a good point. That's something I do feel like. Look, I keep a bit of a cooler fish room. So a lot of stuff, for instance, crabenzas and probably even the rams and apistos, you know, the way that they digest food is probably would behoove me not to load them up on heavy protein stuff. It's going to take them a while to digest it. And if it takes too long, then certain fish, the food can actually start to rot in their digestive system. And that's where you get some of the bloat and other stuff. And that's why I feel like maybe I have overfed some fish. It's hard to tell. But again, smart person, you brought up a great point with the temperature, you know. Featherfin Film says that could be a thumbnail. Also, howdy, Nick. What's up, Featherfin Films? How's it going? How you doing? Let's go. Featherfin Films, one of my favorite people on the YouTube. How many people are my favorite people on YouTube? Well, you're one of them. Chief Savage said total of 22, Nick. The person gave me the rest. What are you talking about? Oh, 22 stir fry. Oh, nice. Gave you the rest of them too. Monday I gave them Daphnia. Today I gave them bloodworms. Live Daphnia or?
If you can collect it, it's not the easiest to collect, and it depends on the fish and it depends on the diet. But no one really wants to see pictures of fish poo, I guess. And I can't.
Realistically, I think a lot of us in this live stream would want to see pictures of fish poo, but I decided just to act like, you know, that was disgusting for now. But, you know, if it's informative, maybe I'd take a look. Nick said, doesn't matter how many nutrients they put in the food, if the fish can't digest more than 30 to 50% anyway. She Savage Sickle said, no, frozen, bro. Come on, man, where's the live foods at? You need the live foods. Come on. The grindleworms, my grindleworm cultures, I have 2. They're starting to get pretty critical mass. I'll have to make them a little bit bigger. I'm pretty excited about it. You need the grindleworms, you need the white worms, the black worms, the blood worms, all the different color worms, really.
I can't actually find where I put it, of some of the fish poos, but
Holy.
So different foods have different elements or different abilities to be digested by different fishes. Some foods are easier in general to be digested by fishes in general, but it depends on the fish. If you think most fish foods are designed more for carp, salmon, maybe channel catfishes, trout, anything like that, it kind of reflects about how much is going to be able to be digested in any.
Featherfin Film says you can make a decent guess at a fish's diet from the shape of their poop. Longer, skinnier turds usually come from herbivorous fishes. So you're telling me the fish poops, like we're decoding the fish poops like the shapes through the hole. Like the shit got a triangle poop, so it's eating plants. It's got a square poop. You know. Like, is this what we're going towards?
Think like an angelfish, a discus, a lorcards, a
Oh, Featherford said, yeah, basically, nice. Savage Sickles said, I have grindleworms, just need to let them multiply more. I'm happy. I finally have grindelworm cartridge doing well. It's been a while. I don't know why I let one go bad, and then I, for some reason, didn't acquire them quickly enough. But a lot easier than white worms, although obviously a lot smaller.
Gecko or tetra, knifefish, whatever. And this isn't always well studied when it comes to how much and what is digested. Firstly, what is digested depends on what the fish actually has the ability to process physically with the intestines, the stomach, the teeth. And most foods are quite processed anyway, whether it be flakes or pellets or granules. They're all pretty well processed. So it kind of there's not as much limitation from the jaws themselves, so it's more looking at the gut. And there's also limitations based on the enzymes present and also the gut biota, so both bacteria and also archaea are involved in digestion. So it depends what the species has.
By the way, we reached the point of the stream. We've gone through the title, so we're finishing watching this video, but I put the link to the voice chat and Discord in the chat if you want to join and save the stream by finding something for us to talk about. Feel free to join. Because listen, I know some people are going to wake up tomorrow and they're going to be like, man, he went for only 2 hours. I wish he went for another hour. So if you want to extend by like 30, 50 minutes, hop in the VC. We'll chop it up about something.
Involved, but what has also been introduced into the species gut is worth thinking about those, and we can't really measure a lot of that. We know we can work out intestinal length and anatomy, or maybe make judgments. Some things are most likely to be more difficult to digest by a lot of fishes than others. And there's some that are not going to be digested at all. And many people will label them as fillers, but a lot of people aren't particularly sure of what's fillers and what has a purpose. One thing that's definitely a filler and can't be digested is cellulose powder. This is found in any of the pleco foods that are labelled
cellulose powder, okay.
It's like wood or wood-based. There's no point adding it. It's a filler. It's not being digested. You're going to get more waste. You're going to need to feed more to get the same amount of nutrition as you would do if you were feeding a more nutritious diet.
Smart person said it's sawdust. JP Jeffrey said acceptable stream duration. Wow, what a performance review.
The other things is potentially cereals and vegetables, which with the...
I love cereal. Do you guys like cereal? Because like, it makes me sad that cereal is such a negative thing for the fish. Because, yo, you tell me you put some Captain Crunch in my food. Oh my god, I'm over the moon. Some Captain Crunch with the berries mixed in. I like the peanut butter balls, but I kind of like all the above when it comes to Captain Crunch. Put it all in there. Life cereal's good. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is a little sweet for me now these days. Back in the day, it was pretty good. You know, little Cheerios. Cheerios are alright. The hotel, Continental breakfast Cheerios that got nothing in it. It's basically like cardboard. If I wanted that, I'd just bite into a priority box. That's pretty bad. I've gone to a place where I do like kind of the oat cereals. I can like some of those. Get some fiber, put a dried up strawberry in that bitch. It's acceptable to me. I can deal with that. But what's really changed recently is I've gotten into the shredded wheat cereals. I like some of those now too. That's like extra fiber. Okay, I can eat. That's like I only need like 30 pieces of that. It's so dense. Savage Sickle said I like chocolate cereal flavor. All right, chocolates. I'm not the biggest fan of chocolate flavored things in general. Let's be it cereal, but it's not that bad. I can't hate on that. I can't hate on that at all. The only cereals I hate are the ones that just get soggy immediately, and then the texture is just like cat throw up.
Cellulose walls and the sort of structure of plants in general, they're going to be a lot more difficult to digest for definitely carnivores and insectivores, but potentially also algivores. And when I look at feces in Ancestris, you could tell there was a large amount of those, particularly cereals, that weren't being digested and they were just producing a lot of waste. So some foods it's not just that they're not being digested and you're going to need to feed more, you're also getting a lot more waste because it's not being processed.
So live foods, right? That's got to be the most digestible. That's the solution, no? I do think that's one thing that Rebecca talks about constantly is how much that a food can actually be digested and how that affects waste production and whatnot. And I feel like it's so hard to understand if like a food has any amount of wheats or something in the first 5 ingredient things. Is that always going to be totally bad? Like, it's hard to gauge, is digestibility just solely based on what I can kind of parse off the ingredients label, or, you know what I mean? Better said, I feed my fish 1 to 2 times a day. All right.
So it's worth actually looking more at the ingredients and not just thinking that's high in protein, that's high in fibre. It's thinking about it because fishes use fibre very differently to other animals. And there's...
Oh shit, she had to correct us with her hands.
But the main thing to really look at is what the fish is eating in the wild and whether their diet actually replicates it, because that's more likely to... You're going to need to likely feed a lot less than you would do a diet that's totally different to what they're naturally evolved to eat, because they're not going to have the ability to digest it as well. And this is why I recommend certain diets, and some diets produce a lot less waste. Other things about waste though is some diets just break down quite quickly in the water, and it's not just flakes, it can be pellets, it can be some gel diets. That's why what is labelled as fillers, which are gelling agents, are actually really useful because they hold the food together.
And see, that's what I'm talking about, because see, there she even saying some of the filler agents can be useful. So I feel like I still need a lot of reading about ingredients of fish foods and how to parse through what matters and what doesn't.
But if you're feeding a diet that's most closely related to their wild diet, you're going to need to feed a lot less anyway, rather than feeding much more frequently to reach the same amount of nutrition. There is other issues though that we don't really know about, which is like nutritional deficiencies, which can have really similar symptoms to other diseases such as neurological ones, or even like swim bladder, potentially others, or it can just lead to the higher chance of getting disease. The main thing is make sure you're water changing, match your water changes with the amount of food and kind of the amount of waste, because that's showing how much is being digested. Water changes are brilliant, don't forget to do them.
Mm-hmm.
They're covering how much you're feeding and avoiding that focus of you need to feed less because otherwise your tank's going to be polluted. And also it covers whether anything's not being digested. It's just really important to water change. One thing that this kind of underfeeding obsession kind of misses out.
Underfeeding obsession? Ma'am, you have me all wrong. You know where I get my feeding inspiration from? Yo, I'm not underfeeding. I'm not underfeeding even a little bit. I feed magic feed. Feeding by 29 aquariums.
Hey,
this is how I'm feeding, okay?
Going.
This is how I'm feeding.
Kind of see it in the back there. I zoom in. Got the flow real low for these, the rainbow.
It's okay. My heavily planted tanks, they could withstand the load, okay? This is how, wait, I gotta find the cloud. I need the real cloud. Hold up. I want to make sure that it's known that I'm feeding the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm feeding. Yeah, let's go, baby.
Don't...
Listen, if it doesn't look like I'm deploying Agent Orange, my fish are starving.
Is amazing. So you see how much is going in there. It's going to coat every plant leaf, and the hundreds and hundreds of shrimp don't all have to crowd on one wafer. And so I understand how crazy it looks. Some might say, well, how does that...
I understand how crazy it looks, this motherfucker. What do you mean? Uh,
And so
this is the magic, bro. What's the problem? It's not snowing. My fish are growing. You see what I'm saying? But I can hear myself echoing in your little thingy. I think you gotta mute the stream. Yeah, we got Jacob in the VC. Look, the shrimp is covered in the snow. Now this is not underfed. This is not underfed. Come on, bro. Don't underfeed your shrimp. Come on, man. This is that's why I feel like most people probably are underfeeding their fish, but Rebecca doesn't know. We come correct. Come on. Actually, I forgot how crazy some of these feeding videos were. Like, legitimately, you can't see through the fucking wire. There's so much food. Yeah, I like it. Yo, we got Jacob in the VC, by the way. Shout out to Jacob. What you up to, my boy? Wait 1 second. Let me make sure you guys can hear. I think I need to set up 1 second. Audio capture. Wait, say something real quick.
What's good?
All right, they can hear you now. Introduce
And
yourself.
no, I'm just hanging out, brother.
You're hanging out?
Yeah, I'm just hanging out. Supposed to be working on the final, but I ain't too worried about that.
Now you should work on your final, bro. You should do that.
Oh, it'll be all right. I think if I let it go and completely not even do it, I'll still pass, so it don't matter.
What if your employer asks about your grade, though?
D's get degrees, baby.
D's? I thought it was C's get degrees. Hold on a second. D's get degrees?
D's get degrees.
No, hold
Whichever
on a
it is.
second. You should in that case, you should definitely you should definitely focus on your final.
No, it's definitely not like that. I got B's in both my classes.
Oh shit! By the way, I ended the poll. We got 18 votes. I didn't even know we had 18 people awake right now. 50%.
Yeah, I feed my fish twice a day at least.
50% of people said they feed their fish once a day. 28% said multiple times a day. 22% said 3 times a day, and 0% said once a week. So you guys are all refusing to starve your fish. I don't understand.
How often you feed your fish?
Probably on average 2 times a day, I would say.
Right. See, as long as you're feeding them twice a day and they got something live to chase down, you're gonna be fine. It's all gonna be good.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that we can come to this consensus. Now, what are you studying? Are you studying fish?
Right now I just started college this year, so basically I'm doing like the undergraduate like transfer type deal, but I'm trying to do the aquaculture program at Madison. So it's probably one of the closest ones around me, but right now I'm in plant biology and anthropology. I'm just doing 2 classes at a time.
Okay.
And so yeah, I'm just trying to go to aquaculture school, and I'm trying to run the DNR in my town because why not? And I won't have to ask for permits or anything. I'll be on top of it.
That's a good goal. By the way, we're just hanging out in the VC in the In My Tanks Discord. So if you want to hop in, I don't know how long I'm gonna last, but pause. I put the link to Discord in the chat. So what did you think of the goldfish study that we read earlier? Then, as someone that looks to run a DNR.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say? What was it exactly with
the goldfish earlier, how they affect freshwater ecosystems and stuff.
Oh, dude, they're so bad in the Mississippi. It's a huge problem. It's a humongous problem.
What
They
exactly,
just
like, have you?
overtake
What have
everything.
you heard about the goldfish exactly? What's the word on the street?
I mean, they're basically a carp. As soon as you put them in a waterway, they're gonna get as big as they possibly can, and they're gonna outcompete everything.
Okay. Now, I'll be honest. When you say they're basically a carp, I feel like I don't. It doesn't have as much meaning as it should to me. Can you explain what a carp is and why that's like just by default? If it's a carp, you're like, yeah, it's gonna fuck things up.
Well, they just can inhabit like a really wide range of things, and as far as the biodiversity, everything is almost like on the cool water side with it being the Mississippi. So you get something like that that comes in, it can handle all the seasons. It's gonna be bigger than all the other fish. It's just in every single way, it's gonna just take over.
Okay. And Featherfin said carp are fishes in the Cyprinidae sensu. I don't know what that means.
The cypriniforms are just, kind of like all the other cyprinids.
Okay.
It's just a taxonomic thing.
Do you think, if it's not goldfish, what do you think is the second most destructive aquarium fish that could be released into the Mississippi?
I had to really think about it.
Is it first of all,
I mean, the zebra mussel's already here, and so is the channel cat.
Is koi or goldfish worse?
Way grow bigger.
I feel like they gotta be the same.
Hey, we got we got feather fins up in here now too. You said what?
Oh, I was just gonna say I think both would just. I don't know. It's hard to compare that because I'd have to really see it.
Okay.
As much as I see are just you see them in the water, but I don't really.
Featherfin,
really I think as much as I used.
I think Featherfin jumped in to say that koi grow bigger. So Featherfin, you're saying that just because they grow bigger, they're worse?
Well, they'll probably take up different niches.
Different niches. Okay.
They're all thinking like hybridize.
Wait, koi and goldfish hybridize?
Yeah, they've done that before.
What? Wait, really?
Yeah, Carassius and Cyprinus are two very closely related genera.
Wait, I did not know goldfish and koi could hybridize. That's actually kind of crazy to me. I was not aware of that.
In fact, there are these crazy Chinese people that have been hybridizing a bunch of different Cypriniforms, like goldfish with Danios. It's crazy.
Goldfish with Daniel. Bro, stop. I'm trying to believe that if it's the same species, I can't hybridize it. You're telling me that it's not that simple.
As long as it's in the same family and pretty close, with the, in taxonomy, it can be done. It depends on the genetics.
Yeah, even outside the same family, I've seen hybrids. Like, there's some hybrid catfishes between, like, different groups of the Celeroidea, like, hybrid ripsaw catfish with tiger shovel nose. They look like fucking, I shouldn't say such foul language, but they look like...
Come on, bro. You're on my stream. You know I'll be cursing.
Abominations.
I'm the hardest working, most foul-mouthed fish stream. Come on, you're good. You're good.
I mean, I tried to say it on Featherfin, but...
Yeah. But that's crazy to me. I did not know that goldfish and fucking koi could hybridize. That's kind of blowing my mind right now. I'm not gonna.
I mean, have you not seen how similar they look?
They look a little. I mean, they look similar in the ways that their scales are all scaly looking, but
they clearly look like close cousins.
Come on, bro. They clearly look like. I feel like you're doing a little bit much. Clearly, like, it's a fish. Okay, I don't know if it's actually that closely related or not. It swims, Chris Ladd said carp can live in a ton of water temps and parameters and eat everything all day long. They outcompete a lot of fish. So wait, Featherfins.
Like aquatic mutton.
Which one do you? I have two questions for you. Question number one: what is more destructive, do you think, in an invasive sense, goldfish or koi? And then question number two: if it's not goldfish or koi, what do you think is the next most destructive fish?
Yeah, I'll have to think about both of those questions. Like I said, koi grow bigger, so they have like potential to exploit more niches, just by virtue of like the mouths getting bigger, so they can like ingest food that the goldfish can't.
Hmm.
And being larger, so they can avoid different types of predators.
Hmm.
And as for like most destructive fish in aquarium that can like probably colonize Mississippi, are snakeheads an issue? Because I mean, snakeheads used to be aquarium fish in the States, but they got
That's a
really
good
been
point.
largely banned.
Snakes, the bigger snakeheads are definitely one that people like to complain about, for sure.
Yeah, also I think weather loaches, despite how cute they are, since they're also a temperate fish that can
Yep.
live in all kinds of conditions.
I think we did read a paper about invasive weather loaches, so that's a good point. What do you feel
Weather
about?
loaches.
How do you feel about domesticated betta fish? Do they have any?
I mean, they were some like I don't know, like maybe in a hothouse condition, and
Because
maybe placots that aren't really colorful because those fins.
one of my main defenses, like when people talk about like tank minimums for betta fish, I'm like, and they're like in the wild they would be. I'm like, bro, the fish, the domesticated betta fish it could not survive in the wild. I feel like, from my opinion, but
However, I have been
it
told
would get
that
tore
Brazil,
up.
yeah, that Brazil and Australia, there are feral betas.
Ooh,
okay,
I'm not sure what they look
really?
like, but
okay. Well, what about
some have managed to escape.
in North America, the average Petco betta? Like, do you think it's gonna do well?
Yeah, probably not. Maybe in the southern tip of Florida, but the problem with that is there's lots of other species that can compete with them in the invasive thunderdome. Like there's there's oscars, Mayan cichlids.
Mm.
They probably eat them.
That's good. Florida gets that everything. How about this is one of the arguments against glowfish is people for some reason bringing up them being invasive in certain places. Like, have you come across any evidence that their fluorescent color is like negative to their survival in the wild?
I've heard secondhand sources claim that there are escaped glowfish in the wild, but yeah,
there are
something that
actually.
literally,
I'm pretty sure there is. That's
but yeah, something that like literally glows bright pink or yellow or green. I think it's a little bit easy for a predator to see.
So, like, that's one thing I have a question about is, like, how much does color and, like, brightness, or I guess just fish eyesight really play a part? Because I feel like I kind of don't have a good idea of how well a lot of fish can see anyway.
I mean, if you really want to see how effective it is when it comes to predation, you can. I mean, someone unethical enough can run an experiment, but that would be expensive, and people will probably complain about like having to spend like $100 on glowfish get eaten by something.
But have you seen, like, well, I guess I feel like I've seen it the most with shrimp, like the coal shrimp that are clear. Like, if you have shrimp in a tank with fish that eat shrimp, very quickly the population becomes all the clear ones are the ones that make it, you know? So is it the same
Yep,
with fish?
I believe so.
Okay.
That's what the carotenoids do.
Hmm.
The carotenoids in their body, when they're basically a bunch of little crystals, and when the sun shines down through them, it gets dispersed, like a prism of light, and it confuses the fish, the predators that are under, looking up where the fish actually is.
Mm.
Yes, my
I
fish bellies
see.
are shiny on the other side.
Jose, I said I'm pretty sure some people have released them. I think he's talking about the glowfish. Jose, I thought you were supposed to have gone to sleep. Come on, man. Accountability.
Didn't didn't Alex just talk about that on Fishery? I don't know if you saw his last couple videos, but he was talking about the glowfish thing, and I read an article too that there are some in the wild, and there's been a couple instances where they died out and didn't do any harm at all, and the local fish, like the females of that fish, whatever it was, I can't remember, didn't want the glowfish. But another place it happened with some Danios, and the Danios preferred the glowfish.
Oh shit!
So
I thought they were hot
it's
as
all
hell.
yeah, it could be. Who knows? Who
Interesting.
knows what can happen?
So
Yeah. Well,
go ahead, Featherfin.
yeah, survival of the fittest is really survival what fucks the most. So, if it,
Let's go. Okay, I'm hitting the honey pack.
Like, there's a lot of fish out there too that breed mostly on survival too, not just because they're happy.
I remember one time I read like someone saying that fish breeding isn't necessarily a sign of them being happy in their environment, because sometimes fish breed as a sign of stress and they're trying to reproduce to survive whatever situation.
Yeah,
Which,
it's pretty crazy.
yeah, that is pretty wild. Well, real quick.
yeah, maybe.
Go ahead, Featherman.
Yeah, maybe people thinking that fish breeding means happiness. It's kind of like anthropomorphizing things. It's like when we're like rather stressed out, we're a bit less horny. So
Yeah. Featherfin, by the way, what is there a video coming soon, or come on, man?
oh right, I have a YouTube channel I've been neglecting. I'm sorry it won't be a fish video, but I've got that Mazda race car video I've been sitting on for the past insert number of years here that I keep finding new things to add and improve on it. So
That's good.
I want it out this year. I mean, in fact, the script is, let me see how long that behemoth is.
Well, you know, Jacob here details cars, so I've been finding a very big crossover between fish keepers and car enthusiasts. Weirdly, I did not expect that, but there's a couple of them.
I'm not a car enthusiast.
You detail cars.
It's just close to my. It's because it's close to where I live. Okay.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, you're more interested in cars.
I do
than
a
the
good
average
job.
person.
I do a good job.
George said, I just got some
Actually,
longfin leopard and longfin gold zebra Daniels. Oh, very nice, George. Very nice fish. So the
fun.
Mazda video's coming out soon. Okay, no fish videos. That's fine.
I wouldn't say soon. I mean, for all I know, I could actually feel like recording it, but like tonight. But it's like 14,000 words long.
14,000 words? Oh, come on. That's nothing. That's a little voiceover. Let's go. Let's knock it out. Send me the script. I got you. I won't pronounce anything right. By the way, which do you go to fish events? Because, like, what fish event do we got to go to meet you in person?
I'm going to Aquashella Dallas next month.
Damn it. Yo, it's almost worth it to go to Aquashella Dallas just to meet Featherfin in person, especially since you never turn on the camera.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
I'm not ugly, I swear. It's just I'd rather keep what I look like a secret until it's absolutely the funniest. So
I'm not ugly, I swear, bro. Come on.
Let the people decide.
I'm not ugly, I swear. Like, it's just so.
I look nothing like I sound.
I mean, I don't have any reason to believe you're ugly, but it's just such a funny thing to say. I'm not ugly, I swear. I never was thinking you're ugly anyway. How could anyone that was so intrinsically intertwined with the studies of fish and their behavior and biological features could be ugly? I can't even understand that. So,
Right.
see, I've left them speechless. So you're going to Aquashella Dallas?
Yeah.
Who that we would know has actually met you and seen what you look like and can confirm you're a real person and not an AI?
I mean, what's this? This new local Austin. Who else?
Yeah, he's in Texas.
The other guy that like all the.
That tracks.
Some of the guys streams a lot.
You see about the Keystone Clash being canceled?
Yeah, I heard there's like drama with that Scotty guy. So I should have said it like that, but yeah, there was drama.
I think
Apparently,
it's kind of.
he was trying to talk to women. It went poorly, and
I guess.
at
It's
least
kind
that's
of.
what I heard.
It's kind of interesting though. Like, I think it's a pretty bad sign if a lot of people from the cancellation event is coming down to one person. Like, I'm actually surprised. Like, a lot of people bring up Scotty when it comes to Keystone Clash cancellation, but I feel like it should realistically be about other things besides one person. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of crazy you fumbled the event that just had Corey from Aquarium Co-op talk last year that quickly.
I mean, perhaps Scotty was the keystone of the entire event.
That's what I'm hearing. I'm like, I take a skeptical approach, right? Realistically, everything I heard did indicate leading up to that apparently Scotty was the secret sauce, but like, who's telling me that? People that like Scotty. So I'm not going to just sit here and be like, yeah, it failed because of Scotty. But then when it fails and all anyone could talk about is Scotty, I'm like, well, it kind of seems like he was probably doing a lot of work that was important for it, right?
I'm also happy considering like YOLO going to CatCon, but the problem with that is I'm going to the World Endurance Championship race in Austin in September, and CatCon's pretty close to that, so that's gonna be really bad on my wallet.
Hey, that's why you gotta breed some fish, man. Help with the wallet. You know what I mean? By the way,
Yeah, I
Featherfin, the pressure is being put on you. Smart person said. So he says he doesn't look anything what he sounds like. I'm curious, what does he think he should sound like what does he think he should look like based on how he sounds? So what? Give us a reference point of what you should look like based on how you sound.
Well, imagine you're averaging over like nerd with like pocket protectors and shit.
A nerd with pocket. I need like a specific.
Yeah, your typical. And then that would get into like, you know, what my ethnicity is. And I want to keep that a secret until it's funniest.
Are you what's the way to say this? Southeast Asian?
I'm not saying. I'm gonna reveal when it's funniest.
Like Steve Urkel's person.
Yeah, and then like perhaps like a video about like things I've noticed.
Let's go in a circle. Okay, let's say our ethnicities. Okay, Jacob, what's your ethnicity?
Oh man, white man.
White man. Okay,
Unfortunately.
I'm gonna say, believe it or not, I'm gonna say I'm black. Featherfins.
Yeah, I can see it. Like you have I can tell by the features. Like you have the slightly curly hair and wide nose. You got a different.
Thank you.
Look at all the admixture in there.
Now I'm starting to think if you're a racist or not.
I love racing.
I'm joking. It's funny. There was this one time I had someone come up to me and they said, they literally, I don't know who they are. They came up to me, are you of African descent? The primordial they're like the primordial bones of your nose bridge. They like said all this like scientific words. I'm like, yes, I'm black, motherfucker.
Dude, people are crazy. You can literally have the smallest tan pigment and they're gonna say something crazy.
Yeah.
My
Maybe that's what they came
my
with the one
brother
drop
is
rule.
half black, and it's just insane the stuff that
Yeah.
I grew up and had to hear. It's nuts.
I tell people there's only two people that can tell I'm half black. People that grew up around a lot of half black people are racist. The racist can always tell. And I've dated a couple of white women from the South, and it was always a problem. Like there was I never you look at me, you would never expect I'd have to deal with like that. You know what I mean? Like people darker than me, they definitely deal with a lot more, but the one drop rule is very much alive. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't, and it's horrible.
And people say crazy things to you.
Crazy things.
Because you said you have a brother, so you're like, I've seen what people
Yeah,
say.
dude, like my father isn't in the picture, and my brother's dad, pretty much, raised me with my brother, and that's how, like I was talking about being in Chicago and growing up in Chicago a lot. Like every summer we'd go down and like I'd be the only white person on the south side of Chicago,
Hmm.
and I would get the craziest looks. And honestly, like that just made me understand the other, like I
Yeah,
understood.
yeah,
I understood.
I hear what you're saying. So Featherfin, you're saying what
Yeah.
you're about to chime in.
All right, here goes. I'm the exact same, and this is Mike Tyson.
Mm. That's what
Okay.
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 You got the voice for the Mike Tyson. I got.
So the interesting thing about you choosing Mike Tyson is like, one half of me is like, all right, let me see if Mike Tyson. One half of me is like, is Mike Tyson mixed with him? The other half of me is like, is this Featherfin's way of telling us that like he could beat the hell out of us at any point in time?
Oh, geez.
Nah, it's just Mike Tyson has the exact same ethnicity as me, so.
Okay. Let me look. Mike Tyson
Have you ever
ethnicity.
I think you just.
This is what Google AI says. It says Mike Tyson is Black American, and recent DNA testing has identified his specific ancestral roots in Central Africa, particularly the Congo region.
I bet he was tripping over those results.
Don't use AI, use Wikipedia.
Don't use AI, use Wikipedia. Oh my god. Okay. We got the low. Man, I do wish that I could go to Aquashella Dallas to meet you though. I feel like you're one of the fish YouTube people that'd be interested in me. I've met New Local Austin in person. Did he have you wear his sunglasses also?
No, not the sunglasses. I got some gay guppies from him.
Some guppies, okay.
So no, yeah, they were gay. Nice blue colors, but they didn't want to be with the females. They just want to be with each other.
So literally gay guppies, actually.
Yep.
Wow.
Very gay.
I didn't know that was a thing, but you know.
Dude, if you put them together, if only males, they don't know, bro.
Slay.
Like they don't know.
Slay. Yeah. Let's go.
Do your thing, queen. Do your thing.
Beto said I don't try
like,
to
might be all kinds of different females. They just want to be with each other all day.
Beto said I don't try to decipher ethnicity, and then George said I am Kryptonian. Okay, 1/2 Kryptonian.
Nice.
Well, I was homeschooled as a kid, so like no one ever talked to me about ethnicity or not. That was kind of like a harsh reality I had to face when I interacted with the world more. So, you know what I mean? It's
yeah,
like,
the world's ugly, bro.
I tell people like one of the reasons why I'm like, yeah, I'm black. Is like, well, I wouldn't necessarily would have known, but once I interacted with the world more, it told me what I was. You know, I didn't necessarily, I couldn't choose to be what I wanted to be. You know, like that's
one drop will whisper.
Exactly.
But yeah. Funnily enough, I've never had the issues relative to my race. Like all the problems I have are because I'm weird.
It's kind of funny though, because you're in Texas, which I would be like scared to be in. Like, you know what I mean? No offense. Like you're like.
I mean, there's enclaves of black people that have been here for centuries. In fact, that's where my material side comes from.
So usually it's all in the weirdness. But what do you define as your weirdness, then?
I mean, have you not heard how I talk? The fact that I care more about fish than I do anything. Okay, maybe right. Yeah, right. The fact that I care more about fish than anything else, like.
I didn't
probably
anything else. I didn't know you cared about fish more than anything else. You know what I mean? Like. Also, I got
first, bro.
I got Google Images nerd with a pocket protector. This is what it thinks you look like. Do you have a stethoscope in your possession?
I wish.
Bro, he's even got the top button, dude. Oh my gosh, dude, the top button.
I don't think Featherfin Films looks like this. This is crazy. There's no way.
Nah, maybe in a different T-shirt, you know.
Do you wear button-up shirts?
Barely.
Rarely? Okay, okay. Google's got it all wrong. Definitely's got it all wrong. Chris Ladd says he's the Robert Carradine in Revenge of the Nerds. Okay, now I gotta look up what that is. Hold up. But what would you define as you being weird though? Because I feel like I've called myself weird much in the past, but everyone has their own definition of what they think is weird, and sometimes more people associate with that than you would think yourself, you know? So why do you say that you're weird?
It's just something I've heard my entire life, and I just learned to accept it. I'm not much like anyone else, so.
But yet here you are on a stream of fish nerds where we all are relating to you. So I don't know. I feel like I have to challenge that.
I'm like other fish nerds, but fish nerds aren't that common. It took me until like college to meet other ones, so.
Okay. You care about fish so much, like that's what you're saying, but I don't know. It feels like you care about other things. You could relate to normal.
Yeah, I do. It's just fish with my favorite.
Fish and
fish
or
and
cars?
Race cars.
I was about to say, which one's more, fish or cars?
Well, cars were actually my first. Yeah, race cars were my first love, but I chose fish to be more. I don't know. They're almost equally important. I've always been a man of duality.
Man of duality.
Like I've got two best friends, two ethnicities.
Let's go. We
two main interests.
We all love having two identities to fight against each other. It's the best part.
I primarily only identify. I can't speak. What the hell? I'm sorry, but yeah, I only identify as one. I mean, I was raised as purely an American.
There you go. America.
Best country.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see the robot Arowana earlier?
I missed. I was at work, unfortunately. But
okay. Well, then my question to you is, to the both of you, if you got a fish that was robotic, but otherwise fully represented and acted the same as a living fish, would you prefer to have a fake fish or a real fish, even though they both acted the same?
But it has to be like a robot?
No, that's the question. If you could have a fish that was a robot, but it acted exactly the same as a living fish, would you still?
Oh, dude.
Would you still prefer?
Know, dude. I'm not getting assimilated.
No, come on.
No.
Would you think about it? Would you want the fake fish, or would you want the real fish still?
No,
even though they both
I want the real fish.
The fake fish, no water changes. It's not, the quality. It's not making any waste. Like, you still go for the real thing.
Yeah, man.
I'm into fish.
Robots nature are cool. Beats all that, dude.
I like taking care of my fish. I like when they, get used to my presence and start begging me for food. It's not the same if you just have a robot swimming back and forth. Then you're just keeping a screensaver underwater.
But is not the visual aspect of the fish the most important part?
Yeah, it's important, but I like to take care of, also part of the fun is actually taking care of something and making sure it's healthy.
Beto says, if I could have a robotic fish, it wouldn't be a fish, it would be a shark or something. Fake fish does sound pretty good if you can make it cost effective, but as of now, real is still the way to go. What about the cost aspect of a fake versus a real fish?
Yeah, a better robot fish would be a lot.
I don't know. You put it in a tank, it's like a dither to... Yeah, like a dither to have shy fish feel less unsafe. Something like that.
Don't people put those fake fish in there anyway, in their tanks with their other fish, with their real fish?
Well, why would you need the real fish if you can just have all fake fish?
I don't know. Why would you need a fake fish when you could have real fish?
But that's the thing. If the fake fish acts exactly the same, but you don't need to feed it, you don't need to worry about ammonia and all that. It just looks great, and it swims the same way, isn't that the whole point?
I mean, you can't breed them or watch them interact with the other fish. It just goes back and forth over and over like a screensaver.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be cool, but not my thing.
Okay.
I could see myself doing it if there was robotic fish. I would love that in its own tank.
I guess how much
That would be cool.
does it revolve around how the fish look versus the breeding of the fish? Because what if it does everything the same except for the breeding aspect?
Well, I look at personality sometimes more than everything.
What if that's AI that's programmed in?
That's ironic coming from a Guppy fan.
A guppy using a guppy could be replaced that way easily.
Nah, I don't think so.
But even then, like, I don't think the robots can replicate the rabbit-like mating attempts with the Guppy. So,
how's a robot gonna? Yeah, like.
So the breeding aspect seems to be the main differentiator.
Yeah, breeding behaviors because like it's gonna be really predictable just moving back and forth. I mean, yeah, they could probably like I don't know, put like modes where it could like do fake displays or whatever. But even then, like I'm not sure you can like randomize it enough to be truly lifelike.
Smart person says feeding fish is the most fun part though, and then Beto says we're living in a time where this robotic thing might make more sense as far as natural balances in nature.
It is getting kind of scary out there with the technology. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean, do you think that ethically, if you could have the same experience besides the reproduction, wouldn't it make sense to have a fake fish instead of keeping a real fish?
No, I could do both, but if I had to choose one or the other, no, I gotta be a real fish.
But ethically, wouldn't it be better to have a fake fish instead of imprisoning a real fish?
Well, not if you're breeding your own fish.
But you
yeah, that and
go ahead, Featherfin.
You're not like truly like having the real fish allows you to like truly appreciate the animal itself.
But what if it can look and act in exactly the same way as the animal itself, except you don't have to have a living thing you're imprisoning, you know, and is held to the whims of if you're maintaining it properly and all that kind of stuff.
Well, then what happens to conservation?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, there have been several fish species that have been saved from the brink just because people thought they were pretty enough to like keep alive in captivity.
That's an interesting argument. Chris Ladd says a robot can never replace a real fish, no matter how well approximated. There's just an intrinsic value in life.
Yeah, and then how would you you'd be taking away a lot of room where you could be breeding something that's endangered.
Interesting.
You also still with the robot fish, using plastic and heavy, rare earth metals like make the thing move anyway. So you're still using resources.
Ooh, okay.
Non-renewable resources at that.
A meta argument, I guess. You're still using rare earth metals and stuff. I like that.
Like a real fish, depending on the species, you can like literally scoop them out the creek next to your house and feed them off like literal bugs you catch, so it's even more green.
Have you seen pictures of a lithium mine before? It's bad. Like, have you ever seen a picture of a lithium mine?
Let me see. Lithium mine.
Look up a lithium mine.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, it looks like something out of a sci-fi dystopia.
It does. It scares me looking at them. I hate it.
Beto says, we like to believe that we're keeping fish in existence by having them in the hobby, but who's to say for real? Is there real evidence to this?
The white claw minnow.
Neon tetras. Red-tailed black sharks.
Are neon tetras endangered? I thought they still caught neon tetras in the wild a lot.
Yeah, they do. In fact, I'm saying that because like the neon tetra trade like helps the native tribes that live near them make money,
Hmm.
And they
source of
teach them how to
income.
breed the fish.
Goodness.
And also, neon tetra robots would be an absolute pain in the ass to construct anyway. So
Come on, AI. It's easy. That's the problem.
I'm not sure about that. Like, with the current state of AI, like, I don't think it actually reasons. It just like predict. Well, that's just LLMs. Like, I'm not sure they've actually made like an AI brain that actually reasons just yet. Just really fancy text and image generators so far. And
Okay.
even then, AI only like applies to I guess the behavioral functions and not like the actual construction, which still requires like raw materials. And like they're using arowana as like their first choice because that's a fairly large fish that moves quite slowly and with deliberate movements. If you want
Yeah.
something like, say, I don't know, a bala shark, or hell, what's a tiny fast fish? Like,
The
I don't know,
the
a fucking serpent loach.
the robot arowana we looked at earlier did not move impressively. I will say that. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, dude, I looked up the article of that thing. That thing looks ridiculous.
It does not look like a real living
It
fish.
says ultra realistic.
Is there anything aquarium fish related from the two of you that you've been thinking about a lot lately or being irritated by lately or just on your mind in general?
Hey, Beta.
How's it going, guys?
What up, Beto?
Yeah, what's up, Beto? Well, Beto, I'll extend that question to you too. I'm asking, is there anything aquarium related that's been on your guys' mind recently?
Um, yeah, but the one that I'm thinking of has been on my mind since I started the hobby, and what it is, and it's out there. It's just I don't think it's to a level yet where like I just feel like the aquarium itself, the actual vessel, it needs to be kind of reinvented. No, I mean I kind of feel it's everybody like they have the fluval ones with all the the plumbing and everything already in there,
Hmm,
but I still think it's kind of primitive the way we do it.
interesting. How would you see it being reinvented?
Kind of like how sorry, I'm kind of eating right now. I'm kind of like how Fluval's doing it with those and kind of like the all-in-one that you have,
Okay,
but just kind of like on a larger scale and cheaper.
interesting. Featherfin
Maybe
and Jacob, what do you guys think?
Blue all in one aquarium, let me look that up.
I mean,
I feel like
there's some truth to that.
I just
I feel
feel
like there's some truth.
maybe they don't need to be too over-engineered. Maybe just something really plain. Maybe like a filter added to it that's kind of built in,
so. You
and
don't you don't
because
think the current like fluval flexes and stuff like that? You don't think that is modern enough?
to be honest, I haven't investigated what they do exactly. I just know they have extra stuff to them, but I've never had one or even seen one. The only one that I've seen in detail is the one that you put on your stream, the
Gotcha,
little
gotcha.
all-in-one from
Yeah,
Higer. So, but that one, if you notice that Higer one, I don't know if that's what it's inflating the cost, but it's pretty expensive for such a small tank, and it's a bit overkill, right? Because it's got the UV, it's got all this crap. I think maybe just a light, a filter. I
hmm,
mean, there's nothing wrong with it being over-engineered. That's fine. But like maybe have like stages. Maybe like a stage one only has a filter and a light, and that's it.
right.
And stuff like
Uh,
Yeah,
that.
just
I
a
mean, the
tank with a
packaging seems
filter.
interesting, but wouldn't it be a pain to clean A and B? Like you, like say you want to upgrade the filter or heater or whatever. you don't have very much real estate to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, honestly, what I see with these fluval flakes and all-in-one aquariums, like, they kind of remind me of, like, if, like, regular aquariums were, like, computers before Apple, but as far as minimalism trend, and, like, these are, like, if Apple made an aquarium. What else?
I mean, do you guys, Featherfin, do you feel like aquariums, on average, are too primitive right now?
I mean, as long as it keeps the fish alive, you can see the fish, I'm totally fine with how they are.
Well, here's a good place to go, because a lot of the all-in-one aquariums, they include filtration and all that. Starting with Featherfin, do you feel like is filtration over or under-emphasized right now? Do you feel like it's needed?
I mean, yeah, like, especially with larger fishes, some things are processed, the waste they make.
Yeah, that's the big one. Yep.
Like, I think because the hobby saying it's like taking the downsides a bit. People aren't thinking as much about the people who like used to keep like big cichlids and catfish and etc. And now we're like trying to I wouldn't say grift, but make money off the people who are getting to these people like buying nanofish, and they always heard like all the horror stories about taking care of them. So
Are you,
the
when you
people
say trying to make money off of nanofishers, like, is that like selling sponge filters, or like, what do you mean, like, when it comes to
like people like selling specialized stuff like beta water and which that's been around for a while, but
Yeah, that shit's overkill.
beta water is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I
it's
don't know how
like
that shit-
on the low end of the hobby, there's like a lot of like little all-in-one kits, and honestly, I kind of getting lost in where I'm going with this, but there's just more emphasis in profit now on like smaller tanks, and like smaller fishes don't produce as much waste or require as much food as like the bigger ones, so you can conceivably get away with more of the Wallstad type thing. Yeah, Wallstad type tanks.
Wallstad.
Her plus other fish.
I'm triggered.
Yeah, her plus other fish, and the fact there's a few like colorful, hardy, small nano fishes that are common in the hobby, plus shrimp. I think
That's the thing, like, Wallstead tanks, like, I'm like reading Wallstead's thing, and it's like one cherry shrimp in a 5-gallon. I'm like, this is not really inspirational. You know what I mean?
No.
It's funny. I do have a 5-gallon with one shrimp in it.
What the hell, bro? Come on.
I mean, there's other fish in there, but the only reason there's only one shrimp in there is because I don't want them to reproduce, so I only have one.
You can put all males.
I mean, I wouldn't know how to tell. I mean, you know, they're pretty similar looking in my eye. I can't really distinguish them, and I don't even try, to be honest.
They're relatively similar looking. Chris, last
yeah, especially with their size, they're kind of. I wouldn't say it's that hard to tell apart, but you have to look at it. Then most people want to. Like the males have a thinner undercarriage, you know, where the tail is. The females do. The females like have an undercarriage that kind of curves downward a bit, while the male is a bit thinner.
Yeah.
Either way, that's something you'll kind of have to have multiple shrimp next to each other to tell. And by the time you separate enough shrimp out to get all males and females.
The only reason I don't do all Amanos is because they're pretty savage, you know. They fucking scoop up the food and pull it away from all the other fish. So
I've heard that Amanos will get pretty crazy.
they're aggressive too. Like they're aggressive eaters. Yeah, they'll go at you. I mean, they can't do
I've heard
much,
stories
right?
of people with like ghost shrimp and stuff, and they're trying to breed their plecos or whatever, and there's these plecos that they just got shrimp crawling all over them, so the plecos aren't breeding. It's like, geez, like what? Yeah. Why don't you take them out? You know?
The thing about ghost shrimp is that there's a decent amount of species that look pretty similar, and I think
the whisker shrimp, right?
No, not just whisker shrimp. There's other small palamon shrimp that are transparent and
and the river prawns.
Yeah, Yeah, there's other small Palamon shrimp that look pretty similar and are transparent. And since I don't think there are turbo artists out there that want to publicize how to tell apart Palamon shrimp, they just lump all similar looking shrimp that stay small as ghost shrimp.
And they murk everyone.
I mean, some do, some don't,
Yeah.
and that's the problem. I'm
You
not sure
don't
if
know.
anyone's able to
You'd
like,
have
tell
to
them apart.
actually know. Right.
Because like it's already bad enough like having people try to tell apart Palamon shrimp from Macrobrachium. And I'm saying Palamon because like recently I found out Palamonides, the original genus of ghost shrimp, was recently synonymized to Palamon. So yeah, Palamon, which is like a huge genus as it is, with non-transparent species and marine species, that includes, the are these are they still popular? I don't know, but yeah, the popular ghost shrimp. At least that's the shrimp that was around when I started the hobby.
Real quick, Chris Ladd said, if I remember correctly, the tequila split fin was reintroduced using fish from hobbyists, and not a fish, but axolotls are close to extinction, but also are kept as pets.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. I don't know that it made an impact or not. I heard a couple of different sides. Like some people said that it did, and then others said that it didn't. So it's hard to tell,
Is that on the split fin?
Huh?
Yeah, the split fin is
Yeah.
Zoogoneticus tequila.
Yeah.
No, it's right. I
It's
know that. It's a live bearer.
it's hard to say if that reintroduction actually made a difference.
Why is that hard to
I don't
say?
know. I mean,
Did they
because
reintroduce
well,
fish or not?
they reintroduced a bunch, but this was some years ago, and I don't know if there's anybody keeping up with. Well, I'm sure there is. I just don't know how to find that information where they keep tabs on the populations. I'm guessing through the CARES website, maybe you can find out. But the process. Okay, so the process of reintroduction, I did read this on the CARES website. It's not as simple as, okay, a bunch of hobbyists, let's give up your fish and let's put it back in the river. No, it goes through a process where they put them in these pools that are separated from the main. Uh, the way I understood it is that it's part of the river, but it's dammed off.
Mm.
So they keep them there first because they can obviously cause harm to the other fish by getting them sick, right? So
Right.
they keep them there for a time and then transfer them over.
Yeah, they gotta make sure they're stable and everything.
Mm-hmm. But those waterways, they're just the pollution, and then I heard they introduce bigger fish for game, so
Yep.
they probably get eaten up and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and then there's other goodeids in those waterways too. I think because I think that river where the tequilas are from, it's called t- something with a T. I can't pronounce it for shit. And I can speak Spanish, which it tells you something, right? But yeah. So I think the butterfly goodeiid is from that same waterway too.
Because
Amica
Lindens,
River
right?
Basin.
Yeah, the Amica splenda. Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they get along. It's hard for me to think that they don't. Because you know how they're always worried about crossbreeding these species. But I'm thinking like, who's to stop them in the wild? Who's to stop them in the wild?
Yeah, that and also Amicus Lindens really shred their fins off.
Yeah, the Amicas are a bit larger. They're a much larger fish.
Yeah, they're really nippy, and you take forever to breed too.
I mean,
But they're endangered.
the tequilas are savages too, because I had a tank of like 60, 65 of them, and I had to separate them all the time because I mean, just fucking fins missing left and right. So I would always take the injured ones out, you know?
Yeah, that's crazy. I'd have never thought that.
Yeah, they beat each other up pretty good. And that was a single species tank. It was all tequilas.
I wonder what they
I'm
live
start
with.
I'm starting to think if maybe I would have had a different species in there with them, it might have made them kind of like band together, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's like, what do you throw in there? Because they're pretty savage. I mean, it would have to be a hardy fish that can maybe a Danio, maybe.
Nope. I once had a zebra Danio escape into my hexagon with Mecha Splendens. I found him because I was moving some plants and I saw him like, and he was missing a few fins. So I had to move him back to his old tank.
Damn, the Amiga Splendors are that brutal?
Yeah.
I can't speak about the Mikas. I didn't have those, but I did have the tequilas, and they were pretty savage.
The Zenitoka Dodorai, they can be extinct as far as I'm concerned. That's my experience keeping them.
It's funny. I think
that fish is
why do you say?
troublesome.
Because they're the most popular from all the Goodyears, I think.
They look good, but they're not great community members. They're nippy.
Oh, really?
They're like little cats.
Okay. Yeah.
They're like little cats.
Yeah, I think that could be said for all of them that I know. I mean, I don't know of any Goodyears that they say, oh yeah, throw these in your community tank. These are docile, you know?
That's why I say, bro. Good luck.
I think that's why they have such a bad rap and nobody wants them, you know, because you can't easily keep them. You might be able to get away with it if you have them small, you know, and they grow up in a community tank, maybe, you know, I don't know.
I'll be honest. People that are like super into libraries or a different breed, I don't get it. Like, I mean, on one hand, there are some guppies that I would like that I do keep and I think look really nice, but like in general, like the library enthusiasts, like some of them, I'm like, bro, what is the appeal?
I don't get it either. They don't have any whiskers. They don't eat shit off. Okay, they do eat shit off the bottom, but
they don't have any whiskers.
They don't live on the bottom. Like, what's the point? They get
probably they need some whiskers. Where's the tail at? Why? They don't even have a tail.
Yeah, I mean that. Sorry,
it could be. I mean, it could be the breeding aspect of it, you know.
It's just fun.
Yeah, I mean that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I was always a
cool to see what you can make, you know.
I mean, look at the guppy. Look, okay, let's talk about a guppy real quick. Now, I recently bought a pair of killifish, and beautiful, right? Beautiful fish, gardener eye, just fantastic looking fish. But I think I'm more. I think I like guppies more than I like killifish because look, the guppy, the killies ended up jumping out. Now the container they jumped out of, it was like fucking Houdini, dude. Like, how the hell did they escape? Because not only was the water level like 6 or 7 inches from the top, but it was how many inches? About 6 inches from the top.
Well, it depends if they were like resting also and they got spooked, because a lot of fish when they sleep, they're gonna sleep with their like tail end, like that spring, you know, that every like aquatic animal has like if you look at a scud, anything that swims, they got a launching mechanism for when they get threatened. If you get spooked in the night,
I have seen fish jump out of the water that weren't even killies. Like I've seen live bear swordtails jump out of the water from that.
And I will say, Beto, I just have to say this like as almost like a legal obligation, but killifish used to be referred to as the egg-laying tube carp versus the live-bearing tube carp. So the killies and live-bearer has a lot of overlap when it comes to enthusiasts. So it's kind of it's funny hearing you talk about it because I'm like, killifish people and live-bearer people, they got a lot in common, you know.
Yeah, because live-bearers are killifish.
Well, I would love some killies.
Yeah, they look very similar. That's why I'm telling you. I think I would rather do a guppy because let me finish. So the container that we're in was 6 inches from the top, right? The water level. The whole fucking top of the water, and I'm talking about the entire top of the water, was like an inch thick with guppy grass and hornwort and all kinds of fucking shit, right? And these killifish are in there by themselves with scuds. That's it. And then the opening was literally just the amount of the air hoses going into the lid. And dude, they managed to fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like shoot themselves right through that opening. Like, how does that even happen? You know, it's like, I wish I would have got it on film.
They found the one place that they could get through and they hopped through it. That's crazy.
It's crazy to think that their eyesight is evolved in a way to actually see detail like that, you know?
Well, some of the killifish we see on the top of their heads, they have like a little sensor there to see what's above them directly. You can almost see it's almost like a third eye, you know? So they can definitely detect like that there's some empty space for them to jump through. By the way, Chris Ladd said the Atenobius tower eye is my favorite goodied. That's a good looking goodied. Are you familiar with that one, Beto?
Yeah, it's the blue tail.
Yeah.
I've never had them before, but I have seen them, and that's another really large fish. I mean, this pretty big fish.
Really? They get big?
Yeah. Yeah.
How big?
And they're the only goodied that throw albinos.
No other goodied throws albinos?
Yeah, they're the only ones that I know that have albino fish.
Have you kept them before?
I have not, but I have seen them. Other hobbyists like show them on their streams, and they look big. You know, like I don't know how big they are. I'm guessing like probably 3 inches. And
big is a relative term.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they look like they have bulk to them too. Like they could, shove another fish around.
It looks like a small mullet mixed with the Amicus splendens. The fish, of course, not the hairstyle.
It's almost like a molly with a small head.
I did see them at the last clash, and they were pretty cool. They had some nice blue tails and all that.
Got that predator nippy mouth too.
A couple of fish said 3 inches is big and probably huge to some. So that's what I'm saying, though. It's relative. 3 inches.
Probably 2.5, 3 inches.
I mean, I have swordtails that are 3 inches, but they're pretty, for the most part, they're pretty gentle, you know?
Are the tower eye less gentle?
The ones that I've seen on live streams from other people, they look like they swimming pretty fast, like with purpose, you know?
I had a couple platies in the past that were terrors.
Yeah, they're kind of, the platies, they're constantly trying to breed too, man. I think mine died because the male kept bothering the females.
That does happen.
They're fucking hornballs.
I don't know what it was, but all the other colors were fine. But if it was like a green platy, they were nuts. I don't understand it. It was the green ones. All the other ones are cool. I had the Variatus. I had like the blue calicos, the yellow, the red wag. I had a lot. I had so many of them. I bred hundreds of them. But that green one though, I didn't breed him. Well, I tried to, but all the females ran away from him all the time because he was too much. I just gave him to a friend. Well, you want this fish?
You would have to have maybe one male to 4 females or something.
You got the Shrek Variatus.
I feel like they're worse than guppies and endlers. I feel like.
Endlers is another fish that I've never kept that also. I mean, I just think it's amazing, It just looks
awesome.
Incredible,
They're just small.
They're really fun. They got really good.
I feel like so many endlers are mixed with the guppies, so I never know what to think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, think about it. For the price, okay, when you're talking about price and colors, you can't beat them. The guppies and endlers, I mean, they're just, you cannot beat those.
The wild genetics of the Endlers are my favorite. It's like the guppy pastel colors, like those are cool and everything, but when you're looking at an Endler with a flashlight at night and it's like the iridescent is just shining right back at you, it looks really cool.
Mm-hmm.
You get to see colors that you don't see during the day. Like you're like, what the heck? And it's like, yeah, you just would never think it until you'd see it.
Mm-hmm. And they're kind of puppy dog too, so that's another point towards the guppies. I don't know. I don't know if killifish are. I haven't had killifish that long to know if they do those behaviors where they kind of greet you when you come home type thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
killifish are cool. I think that's the benefit. Killifish over guppies, at least for me, and they come across a lot more, to me, more personality, more cool, I guess. Guppies are just like, they're kind of like low IQ, they're here we are. But the killifish,
Yeah.
they kind of got some attitude to them. That's what I think I like about them is they kind of, you look at them, you're like, this fish knows that it looks good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean
That's
they
what I think
do
about
the patterning on the killifish are just they're second to none. But here's the thing though, for me, I think the killifish it's difficult for a new hobbyist.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
that's the thing.
I mean, most killifish, the average killifish keeper is like 300 years old for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely, I mean, the jumping thing, I'm like completely on the jumping thing because to me, all the fish can jump. So like, I just think having a lid on an aquarium is good anyway. I feel like that's the main barrier for killifish, but I've had so many fish jump. Like we're talking wild bettas. I think if you're into wild bettas, you probably can be into killifish. The wild bettas seem to like to jump also. So
Yep.
I think it's but the guppies to me, they do have a very different vibe. Killifish, I don't have that same like, for lack of a better word, low IQ vibe, like lemming vibe. Like, yeah, they like to jump, but the guppies are kind of like just there. The killifish, I feel more personality from them.
Yeah. And you're right. I mean, I have magazines where I've seen like these all these different species, and they're just amazing fish. But the prices can be very expensive, right? So when you have a fish that costs $50 a pair, right, and they end
Yeah.
up jumping through a crack in your fucking lid, you know what I'm saying? It makes you not want to deal with it anymore. So like for me, like
but okay, but to counter, to me, the guppies that are worth keeping are worth $50 a pair. Like, I don't want like
Right.
just some random fancy guppy. Like, I want the blue Moscow, green Moscow, panda guppy or something that's $30 to $50 a pair.
Yep.
So I feel like
Now,
there's
luckily we know that guy Ross, and you've been to his you've been to his crib, so you can say, okay, I know for sure this guy. But like when you go to the like I've been to some LFSs around here, and they want to fucking charge an arm and a leg for a pair of guppies, and it's like
what are they charging for a
how
pair
do
of
I?
guppies?
Well, I have an LFS over here that's just they're thieves, they put high prices on everything, and they'll charge $20 a fish for a guppy.
Guppies?
For one guppy, $20. And granted, they're nice, but I don't know where they came from because they get them. They don't get them from hobbyists. They get them from. They have like a list, I forget what it's called, but they have like a list of vendors that they get them from.
I mean, $20 a guppy is relatively high. You know what I mean? Like, fancy guppies, just general fancy guppies, is probably like $5 a guppy. You know what I mean?
But then you don't know how they're gonna breed, right? Because at least like I'm saying with the hobbyist, okay, he's saying he's giving you that information. Yeah. But when you go to the LFS, they don't have no information. I always ask them, hey, you have a location on this? No, they never have a location on anything. And
it's also the part of trying to do conservation. There's a lot of fish without documentation, and you can't like register them to any databases or anything.
Yep.
I've been looking for documented antlers for like years. Like since I've started, you know, you just can't find them.
I know a guy through Discord. I met this guy through Discord. His name is Live Bear Nerd or something like that. I forgot. Live Bear something. Live Bear Nerd or something like that. But anyway, this fucking guy, he has like 15 species of what's the mosquito fish called again?
Gambusia.
Gambusia.
Yeah, he has like 15 different species of Gambusia, and he's hybridizing like half of them, and he's like, you know, he's talking about melanistic this and I don't know this and this and that, and all these terminologies that I have no idea about. But he knows I'm into library, so he's always sharing with me, and he's always sending me pics of like, cause he'll take every single fish out into a cup and take a picture in detail of every single fish before he you know, cause he's doing the selective breeding or whatever.
Right.
And this guy, he's into all kinds of like really
Taking every
really,
cross he can and lining it out.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
I mean, just the patience to have. I can't, you know, I don't have the time. I wish I had the time for it.
For real. I really wish I had the time.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And the way he I mean, close up pictures, like you could see every little scale on. But now here's the point I was trying to make. Like, why Gambusia? Why is this guy so thick? Because it's, to me, it's like the ugliest fish I've ever seen in my life, you know? And
That's
this
the
guy,
beautiful thing about
the
natural
melanated
fish,
Gambusia.
not a robotic fish. Is someone's gonna love it no matter what.
and this guy is just obsessed with Gambusia. You know, I don't know why I haven't asked him this question myself. Maybe I
That'd be
should.
interesting.
Like, what is it with those, you know? Because they look, you know, he's always showing me how proud he is, right? He shows me these pictures, and I'm looking at the picture and I'm thinking to myself, like, they look transparent. They're transparent. Like, what is it about this fish that you're so obsessed about, you know?
Yeah,
and I'm
he
not
just
trying to,
proud
you know,
that he bred him, you know.
and he must see something that I don't.
I forgot to read, but Chris Ladd said, I never had any aggression issue with tower eye. Endlers and guppies are just too much chaos for me. As far as killifish, I love the golden wonders or any nothos.
Yeah, the nothos are cool. Not all of them, but some.
That's kind of good. You got some. What nothos
I
aren't
almost
cool to you?
thought like
I can't remember the name, but I seen some at a LFS, and I wasn't too impressed with it. It had red on it.
Okay.
It was a short body, small.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name, but it did have a lot of red on it, and it didn't really. I didn't like it like some of the other Northos that have like yellows and blues and stuff.
I'm definitely not a Northo fan myself. It's got to be semi-annual for the most part for me, but I do like Australibris, Nicoprinus, but most of the Nothos I don't like that much.
They don't really look as much as a killifish, huh?
Mm.
They don't have that torpedo shaped body.
No, they are a little shorter bodied.
yeah, big noggins too.
There was this video that what's that Australian guy's name?
Keeping Fish Simple.
Blake.
Oh, Blake.
No,
okay.
Blake.
Oh yeah.
He put out this video where he visits this guy's fish room, this bearded guy, and he had these peat spawning killifish, and he put the name out, and it didn't have a common name. There was no common name. But it looked like a fucking like the eye. You know how like the eyeball of a fly has like that multicolored kind of like sheen to it.
Yeah.
It looked like that. It kind of looked like a Northo, but not exactly. But dude, it was the most amazing killie to this day I think I've ever seen. And all he said was that it was a peat spawning fish. But like I said, there was no common name, so I don't know what the fuck to call it. I think I wrote it down somewhere in one of my notes.
Yeah.
But I don't even think you probably can't even get that fish here.
Killies are one of those, the locations, all that is important. Otherwise, you don't know what you got. You know what I mean? It's hard to track. Shit. Guys, I gotta go to sleep probably. It's 1:51 a.m. I need to go to sleep. But it's been really nice chatting with everyone. Getting the extra insight in.
For sure.
Good time for sure, bro. Good times.
I like doing the open
Always.
VC thing, so the faster you guys join in, I love just opening up the VC and having people jump in. So I appreciate you so late, everyone, just kind of hopping on.
Yeah, I'm always. This is my prime time, so whenever you do this at this hour, I'm gonna get on.
All right, I'll keep that in mind, but I'm gonna
This
hop
is
off.
like homework hours for me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just doing homework every night around this hour. It's just
Well, shit, get your homework done, bro. I don't want to stop your homework. Come on, man, get the homework done.
Dude, I always stay ahead of it to a certain degree.
That's good.
So that I know I can kill some time if I want.
Featherfin, are you always awake this late?
Yeah.
He said, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go, man. We'll have like a night shift. We'll have a night shift thing.
Okay.
We can do like
I'm an hour behind. Like I got off work shortly before.
An hour behind is still almost 1 a.m. where we're at though. That's kind of late.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock here.
Yeah. I'll keep that in mind. We got the late night squad. Shout out to the replay crew. Shout out everyone watching too. Leave some love for the late night squad. I appreciate you guys, but I'm gonna hop off so I can get some rest.
All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks for having me. See you guys.
All right, see you later. All right, to the stream. 2 a.m. here. Chris Ladd said, look. I need you right now. If you're someone that is watching, not necessarily live, or if you are live, leave a comment, WMick, because this stream wouldn't have happened without Mick. So if for whatever reason the stream and the entertainment value that I provided helped you in some way, got you through some period of time, you can thank Mick 1,000%. It would never have happened without him harassing me in the Discord. So please leave a comment, even if you're here live, WMick, okay? Because he's responsible for the stream occurring. I feel like it was a very fun stream, very good stream. Kicked me in my pants, got me looking up some topics, and we kind of found some more things to talk about after those were exhausted. So shout out to the replay crew. Shout out to everyone for coming in here live. Beto, Jacob, and Featherfin, thank you very much for hopping in the chat, the live voice chat, and keeping things going. Especially while I was eating some chicken. I cooked the chicken. I didn't even get to eat it until now. So appreciate you, WMick. Yep, I see Chris Ladd. I see a couple WMicks in the chat. So please make sure you leave a comment, WMick comment if you if this benefited you in some way. The fact that the stream went this long, we're over 4 hours. The hardest working live stream, I just want to let you know, hardest working live stream encompasses a lot of things. It's not just about duration, it's about effort put into it, heart, spirit, research, community. At the end of the stream, it's not even just me that has put a significant amount of thought and power into the production. We've had Jacob, we've had Beto, we've had Featherfin, who have all come in here for over an hour to chat. And whether that was the purpose or not, when they joined the chat, the result is that it entertained whoever's listening right now. So shout out to everyone. I appreciate you guys. Always feel free to join the VC when we got the open VC going. I'm trying to make that a consistent thing because I feel like one of the fun parts about these streams is kind of very interactive. We're kind of very community based. So if you want to join the conversation, it's an open VC in the Discord. Anyone can join, anyone can chat, and we can figure out what the hell's going on and what the hell there is to talk about. So WMick, appreciate you guys. Robotic Arowana, Invasive Goldfish, 2,200 gallon Traveling Aquariums, whatnot. I appreciate you. I'm gonna get some rest. And this has been In My Tanks. In My Tanks. Okay. I appreciate you guys. And I am out.